The African savanna. An arena without a referee. Where physical scale is the name of the game. Every confrontation involving the most formidable warriors will be revealed in this wildlife documentary. Savannah Titans, the great challenge for dominance. The dry season on the savannah. The lush greenery has faded away, and the heat is truly turning up the pressure. This pushes these warriors into a state of constant readiness for any confrontation. The African buffalo. These are armored tanks weighing nearly 900 kilograms, possessing a temperament more explosive than a powder keg. And they hold a long list of those who lost their way upon entering their territory. In the wild, the lion might be king, but the African buffalo is the one who calls the shots when it comes to raw intimidation. They are one of the big five. When these two mature males decide to settle their differences, it is far more than a simple disagreement. It is a display of applied physics at the most intense level nature has ever established. The impact force generated is equivalent to a small car hitting a wall head-on at a speed of 50 kilometers per hour. Nature, depending on age, has equipped them with a sophisticated defensive weapon. The boss. This is the most unique feature of a mature African buffalo. The base of their horns does not grow separately. Instead, it expands and fuses right in the middle of the forehead, forming a continuous bony shield. It functions like a heavy-duty military helmet, absorbing and dispersing the impact to protect the sensitive brain within. The bone density in this shield is many times higher than regular bone, allowing them to endure high-pressure headbutts without suffering internal harm. Yet not every buffalo possesses a perfect shield. When you see a male with a smooth and seamless bony shield, you're looking at a seasoned warrior, one who has weathered the storm of many life and fate encounters. Unlike graceful antelopes that use their horns for defense, the Cape buffalo utilizes its horns as an active offensive tool. They charge straight ahead, hooking their horns low and tossing their opponent into the air. This is why even the most elite hunting prides must think twice before deciding to put Cape buffalo on the dinner menu. However, the horns do not always strike the boss area. The locked horns battle is a contest of endurance and will. These young upstarts are still wet behind the ears. But this right here is a clash of mature males. They will determine who holds the most authority within the herd. The male with the marks around his horn base will be the one to claim breeding rights. Yet, on the savannah, there are no rescue services or antibiotics. Flies swarm around the openings caused by the horns, and in just a few days, infection will begin its quiet toll within the giant's body. But that is the harsh beauty of evolution. Only the strongest, those with the most perfect bone structure and unwavering will, are permitted to carry on the bloodline. One small error in judgment, one moment of hesitation, and the dark end will be their destiny. But you know what? This is only the beginning of a series of confrontations. On the other side of the grasslands, where the rivers flow slowly and the swamps hide prehistoric shadows, a different kind of power awaits. Along Africa's lazy rivers, there exists one of nature's greatest deceptions. The yawns of the hippopotamus. Those jaws can expand to a 180-degree angle. They appear so sluggish, heavy-set, and clumsy. The hippopotamus is the world's most confrontational mammal. Beneath those waters lie tons of muscle and a temper always on the verge of erupting. Unlike typical herbivores that have flat teeth for grinding leaves, the hippopotamus possesses lower canines that can reach 60 centimeters in length. Even more remarkably, thanks to a self-sharpening mechanism when opening and closing the mouth, the upper and lower canines rub against each other, keeping them as sharp as a razor for a lifetime. And naturally, they do not use these tools to graze on grass. Their lips handle the task of plucking the greenery, while these canines are reserved for one single purpose: piercing through opponents. In the world of the hippopotamus, there is no room for leniency. There will always be one who must flee or slowly fade into the shadows of the river. In some extreme cases, when tension over territory or water sources reaches a boiling point, a male may lash out even at the youngsters. This poor calf stands no chance against the 3-ton giant. The injuries have become infected, and the young bull's time is running out. Cruel? Perhaps so. But that is how nature manages population density and ensures that only the strongest can occupy the prime spots in the marsh. The territorial nature of the hippopotamus is extreme to the point of madness. This is the waterbug, a large antelope with a water-resistant coat. True to its name, the waterbug always stays near water sources. They are skilled swimmers and often plunge into the water to escape those looking for a meal. The survival instinct becomes a grave mistake. In this world, neutrality does not exist. You either submit to the rules of the marsh, or you are pulled under by the world's most hot-tempered host. An end that is far from gentle, yet extremely transparent in terms of power. In this land, still waters never signify safety. Once a year, the Dark Continent bears witness to one of the most magnificent journeys on the planet, the Great Migration. $1,500,000 blue wildebeest. Joining them are approximately 300,000 zebra and 400,000 gazelle. But compared to the somewhat small and overlooked gazelle, you will notice a curious alliance between the zebra and the wildebeest. They are not the same species, yet they share a common goal, making it through just one more day. This is a multi-layered security system where each species contributes a specialized survival skill. Wildebeest possess sharp hearing and a sense of smell that can detect a foe from a distance the naked eye simply cannot see. In particular, wildebeest have the ability to sense seismic vibrations from water sources or the footsteps of a predator far away. But their necks, thick and short, cannot help the wildebeest look beyond the tall grass, especially when their view is blocked by their peers. At this point, the zebra, a giant weighing 400 kilograms, the largest in this pilgrimage, comes into play. Their eyes are designed to scan a panoramic view of up to 350 degrees, leaving only a single small blind spot directly behind them. This combination creates a seamless security network. But do not be mistaken into thinking this is a fair and compassionate society. Welcome to the selfish herd theory. Because in the mathematics of survival, once the hunter has a meal on the table, everyone else is in the clear. Rescuing another individual is a poor investment. This indifference is actually a pragmatic survival strategy. In the Great Migration, kindness is a luxury item that no one can afford to buy. It is truly a case of every man for himself. By now, you likely no longer see zebras as gentle souls. But they are not just indifferent, they can also be quite assertive. The extreme pressure of a 1,000-mile trek, hunger and constant threats turn zebras into grumpy characters. In the chaos of millions of individuals, they do not hesitate to lash out at anything they perceive as an obstacle. Even young hartebeest calves. Despite having sharp senses or a 1,000-pound kick, the zebra still knows its place in the food chain. Because when darkness falls, these savannah sentinels must face their greatest fear. There in the thickets, an elite army of hunters is on the lookout, waiting for the slightest mistake. But this time, the focus of the hunters is not the black and white stripes. They are setting their sights on a grumpy loner, a dark presence of finality holding its ground alone amidst a surrounding circle. Africa's most classic confrontation. In the natural world, there is always strength in numbers. When gathered into a herd, the African buffalo transforms into a dark presence of finality, an immovable, mobile fortress. With an average weight reaching 900 kilograms for every mature male, the entire group resembles a brigade of armored tanks sweeping across the savannah. Not a single predator, not even a lion, is bold enough to throw caution to the wind and rush into the center of that intense formation. However, the confidence of the dark end often comes with a very grumpy personality. At just the smallest hint of a boundary being crossed, this entire dark mass can shift from a state of quiet to an unyielding sweep. This is a game of psychology and power. The one who dominates the space is the one who calls the shots for survival. But what happens when a crack appears in that steel, when an individual becomes isolated from the protection of the herd? A mature African buffalo is 5 times as heavy as a lioness. This is an uneven match. A direct strike from this dark giant is enough to bring the reign of any lion to an immediate close. Lions understand that well. They never take a gamble with their lives on mere chance. Tactics are their only weapon. 10 lionesses coordinate like an elite special forces team. Lions do not need to be physically stronger than their opponent. They simply need to stay the course longer. But the lion pride's feast has just been interrupted by mobbing, a collective countermove. The African buffalo possesses a spirit of teamwork that is a cut above that of the zebra. Yet, as more and more dark figures surround them, the lionesses begin to call it a day. While the entire pride retreats to ensure their safety, this young male lion decides to stay. To become a king who rules the savannah, he needs the grit to face the final chapter. He holds fast to the prize until the final moment, challenging an entire massive brigade. Field observations indicate that male lions tend to exhibit higher personal intensity when facing a Cape buffalo compared to an antelope. This event is a rigorous psychological training session. A king is not born. They are forged in fire through uneven confrontations. The struggle between the lion and the Cape buffalo is an eternal loop of settling scores and survival. But even when the buffalo herd has triumphed over its age-old rival, they must still face another reality. there is always a larger giant standing at the peak of the pyramid of strength. One who does not need a herd to apply pressure, one whose mere presence is enough to make the ground shake. Welcome to the true titan, the African elephant. They are biological crushing machines weighing up to 6,000 kilograms that no predator would be sensible enough to challenge. A mature African elephant has no natural foes. Lions? Before a titan standing 4 meters tall, they are merely small cats trying their best to avoid being stepped upon. The confidence of the African elephant stems from a simple physical reality: raw weight. They choose to lay down the law. Their weaponry is a masterpiece of evolutionary engineering. Let's talk about the trunk. It is not just used for drinking water. With over 40,000 separate muscle bundles, this trunk can pick up a single bean, but also possesses the strength to drive off other large figures like giraffes or even hippos. And if that isn't enough of a deterrent, look down at the feet. A precise step can create pressure equivalent to an armored truck rolling over you. That is absolute power, an undisputed dominance built upon tons of muscle and a superior intellect. And now, let's get to one of the most famous tall tales of the savannah, the tipsy giants. People often tell stories of African elephant herds eating fermented marula fruit and becoming heavily under the influence, staggering along the paths. But through the lens of science, this is a misunderstanding. For a 6-ton fellow to reach a buzzed state, it would have to consume about 1,400 fermented marula fruits all at once. This is nearly impossible in nature, especially since the digestive system of the African elephant operates as fast as a high-speed train, not allowing alcohol enough time to enter the bloodstream. So if it isn't the alcohol, what has turned these sages into such goofy characters? The answer might lie in something much less poetic: bugs. The bark of the marula tree is home to the larvae of the Diamphidia beetle. These larvae contain a potent substance that the Bushman people still use to coat the tips of their arrows. When the African elephant eats the bark, they unintentionally ingest a mild dose of this substance. It does not lead to their final departure, but it is enough to cause a giant's nervous system to falter, creating the unsteady steps that we mistake for intoxication. Sometimes, the sheer excitement of finding a favorite treat, like fresh marula fruit, causes young African elephants to dance and play to their heart's content. The African elephant is a highly emotional creature. They experience joy, and sometimes that joy looks just like a state of tipsiness. But whether it's due to beetle substances or hormones, a giant that has lost its cool is the very definition of a mobile natural calamity. Never try to get close to test their limit. The African elephant may be the king of raw power, but they typically do not go looking for trouble unless provoked. In contrast, the savannah still holds another knight, one who carries a sense of extreme suspicion within. With eyesight that is practically blind and a horn that can pierce through steel, this fellow never waits for you to explain yourself. A tank weighing 1,400 kilograms, encased in skin as thick as steel armor, and possessing a horn that can pierce any obstacle. But practically in the dark. Rhinoceros. Nature granted them absolute strength, but forgot to provide a sharp visual filter. A rhino cannot clearly see any object at a distance beyond 30 meters. In their eyes, the world is merely a blur of colors and dancing shadows. And this is where the precarious nature of things begins. When you cannot see your opponent clearly, the only solution is engage everything that moves. From a dry tree stump or an innocent rock to a local vehicle that has happened to stray into their sights. For a rhinoceros, there is no such thing as a mistake, only the concept of clearing the path. Upon detecting an unfamiliar scent or an unusual sound, their nervous system immediately enters a state of high alert. The rhino chooses to charge straight toward the potential threat to discourage it before it can act. And if you thought daily life was demanding enough, look at their season of affection. In this realm, affection does not involve roses or romantic whispers. It is a true struggle for existence. This older male is putting immense pressure on the female. His objective, to send that 3-year-old calf packing. By pushing the calf away and causing stress for the female, the male is attempting to spark the female's cycle sooner than expected. For the mother rhinoceros, this is a grueling test of instinct. When these two unseeing knights decide to settle a territorial disagreement, that is when the savannah truly feels the tremor. Their horn is composed of keratin, the same material as human fingernails, enough to pierce through the 5 centimeters thick skin of an opponent. The struggle can last for hours until one falls from exhaustion or suffers a severe internal injury. According to the latest field data, struggles between mature males are responsible for nearly 50% of natural losses of life in this species. Suspicion and territorial instincts have pushed them into a loop of intensity. The rhino's power is a raw exhibition, a thunderclap in broad daylight. Yet, not every elite hunter in Africa requires ground-shaking footsteps or bulky armor. Sometimes, the most significant concern comes from the quietest ones. Those who do not need legs to run or roars to intimidate, yet possess a hold that can still the life force and break the resolve of the most stubborn creatures. African rock python is the largest legless reptile on the Dark Continent. It is not only in a league of its own here, but also an honorary member of the world's heavyweight club. standing shoulder to shoulder with legendary names like South America's green anaconda or Southeast Asia's reticulated python. This is no ordinary snake. This is a massive biological rope stretching from 3 to 5 meters, and regal individuals can even reach the 7-meter mark. With a weight reaching up to 90 kilograms, this python does not require toxins to settle the score with an opponent. It possesses a weapon that is far more ancient and effective: constriction. A mature African rock python is a symphony of millions of muscle bundles working in unison, turning it into a final noose that can overcome everything from antelope, monkeys, and wild boars to young Nile crocodiles. In its world, silence serves as the final warning. But hold on a moment, this arena is not reserved solely for those of massive size. Please welcome the representative of the Guinness World Records, the most fearless creature in the world, the honey badger. The honey badger is a giant when it comes to attitude. A creature that even a lion would think twice about crossing due to its unmatched intensity and skin up to 6 millimeters thick, which is as loose as an oversized jacket, allowing it to move freely even when held in a firm grip. The relationship between these two? Snakes make up 25% of the honey badger's menu. It is famous for its miraculous ability to withstand toxins, but with a non-venomous python like the African rock python, the honey badger might be biting off more than it can chew with just a strong immune system. It needs jaws with immense biting force and a mind bold enough to take the plunge into the center of those final coils. This is a clash between a muscular noose and a miniature crushing machine. The honey badger is no passive victim. In this struggle, size is the ultimate judge. If it is a medium-sized rock python, the honey badger usually brings home the bacon. The honey badger will turn this once formidable challenger into a protein-rich string of sausages. But nature does not always side with the risk-takers. When facing a fully mature African rock python stretching over 5 meters, the honey badger has finally met its match. Before the weight of 90 kilograms of muscle concentrated on a small area. The massive pressure from the rock python causes a phenomenon known as circulatory arrest. It squeezes the blood vessels, preventing oxygen from reaching the brain and causing the heart to still before the lungs are even out of air. Skeletons are crushed, internal organs are compressed, and the hero of the savannah becomes a rare but high-quality meal for the legless king. This is a chilling reminder from the savannah. Bravery is necessary, but in the face of absolute physical power, it is sometimes just the seasoning for someone else's dinner. The martial eagle is Africa's largest bird of prey. Do not let that elegant appearance pull the wool over your eyes. With a wingspan reaching 2.6 meters, it is no different from a stealth bomber scanning every movement below. On the savannah, power is often measured by weight, but this fellow is a proud exception. Although it only weighs about 6.5 kilograms, the martial eagle possesses a muscular structure finely tuned for its tasks. It does not just seek out field mice or small snakes. A newborn gazelle, It descends at a velocity that can exceed 100 kilometers per hour. The kinetic energy generated from that dive is funneled entirely into 2 feet equipped with razor-sharp talons. It is too late. The martial eagle will not let anyone take its prize. The highlight of this hunt is the decisive strike to the spine or neck of the prize, quieting the nervous system instantly before the subject even realizes what is happening. The dominance here does not come from size, but from the skill of striking out of the blue. A severe elegance that nature spent millions of years refining. But victory sometimes comes with a final snare. After a perfect landing, the martial eagle faces a difficult dilemma. The prize is too heavy to carry aloft immediately. While you are focused on your success, eyes designed to see for miles suddenly become ineffective against ambushes waiting close by. Greed, or rather the necessity to refuel after a costly dive, has forced it to abandon its greatest advantage: altitude. Get acquainted with the greatest concern of the god of war, the leopard. If the eagle is the king of the day, then the leopard is the phantom of the shadows. The leopard is a master of climbing and ambushing, possessing a level of patience that even a rock python would respect. This is a bitter irony of nature. The one who just overcame an antelope 4 times its own weight is now overcome by a silent climber. The passing of an individual is always the beginning of a feast for another. When the gods of war fall, the cleanup crew arrives. But do not think these fellows are merely timid freeloaders. There is a bird with the face of a demon, possessing a beak that can strip the toughest hide from an African elephant, and an intensity that can make even a hyena back down. At the feast of the final hour, there is always one individual who never knows the concept of waiting in line. Welcome to the presence of the lappet-faced vulture, the godfather of those who handle the remains on the savannah. Do not let the title of scavenger make you think it is a timid creature. With a wingspan nearly 3 meters wide, equivalent to the width of a small bus, this is the largest and most assertive bird on the dark continent. It does not just arrive to feed, it arrives to call the shots. Why must the others make way? Because that beak is exceptionally hard, deep, and sharp, like a pair of heavy-duty pruning shears. In the world of those who process the remains, nature often packages sustenance within the armored hides of the African elephant, Cape buffalo, or rhinoceros. Without this pathfinder, smaller vulture species might face a shortage of nourishment right beside a massive feast because they cannot pierce the hide. The lappet-faced vulture is truly the can opener of the grasslands. It is the only one with enough strength to rip open the armored skin that is centimeters thick. However, this godfather does not do so out of charity. It will claim the prime spot, consume the choice cuts, and leave the remains for the subordinates. It relies on its 9-kilogram size to throw its weight around. This is a strange symbiotic relationship. The smaller species need its beak, while it needs that small crowd to locate the prize first. A purely pragmatic case of mutual gain. Are you curious about the name lappet-faced? When this bird becomes agitated or prepares to enter a struggle for a piece of the meal, blood is rushed urgently to the facial area. These skin folds will shift from a light pink to a brilliant fiery red. According to the latest physiological studies from the year 2025, this color transformation helps the bird regulate its body temperature during high-intensity activity. This is an effective display of authority. It does not need to strike. The red of its agitation has already handled 90% of the work of a blow. The king of the remains may rule on land through intimidation and noise. But when the boundary between the ground and the water is blurred, all exhibitions of power become meaningless. There, beside the seemingly peaceful bathing spots, another type of elite hunter is patiently waiting. One who does not need the red of agitation to intimidate, because by the time you see it, it is already too late. Beneath the muddy waters of the Mara River, a prehistoric phantom has waited for 200 million years to perform its strike. Welcome to the realm of the Nile crocodile, the largest, most formidable, and most refined reptile that evolution has ever produced. This is not an overblown lizard. This is an armored tactical machine, weighing up to 1 ton and stretching over 6 meters. In this place, patience is not a virtue, it is a superior weapon. One small error, one moment of letting your guard down, and the aerial hunter will become an underwater dessert faster than a single breath. The Nile crocodile possesses the strongest biting force in the modern animal kingdom. With pressure peaking at 34,473 kilopascals, it is equivalent to an armored truck pressing down on a single point. To give you a clearer picture, this force is 5 times stronger than a lion's and 30 times more powerful than your own. Once these jaws have locked shut, the outside world essentially reaches its conclusion for the subject. There is no opportunity for retreat, no room for negotiation. Its conical teeth are not meant for chewing. They are designed to anchor firmly and tear through. According to the latest biological data from the year 2026, the skull of the Nile crocodile has a mineral density so high that it can withstand the reactionary force of its own strike without fracturing. It is a living hydraulic press, encased in a layer of calcified scales harder than carbon steel. The secret to the perfect pursuit lies in concealment. The Nile crocodile is a grandmaster of the art of blending in. Thanks to a dark green skin tone that merges perfectly with the mud, it turns itself into a piece of drifting, rotted wood. But beneath that calm surface is a sophisticated radar system. The bumps along its jaw are sensory organs, allowing it to feel microscopic vibrations from the footsteps of an antelope dozens of meters away. When the crocodile enters striking range, it transforms into a massive muscular spring. Utilizing its powerful tail like a jet engine, it can propel its entire half-ton body out of the water in just 1/4 of a second. This speed is so high that the brain of the subject cannot even process the visual signal before the steel jaws have locked onto its neck. For short bursts, it can reach a velocity of 35 kilometers per hour, enough to catch any creature lingering near the water's edge off guard. But all those skills are merely a prelude to the final chapter of survival, the Great Migration. At this fast-flowing stretch of the Mara River, nature's Game of Thrones reaches its most intense level. Millions of wildebeest and zebra must cross these waters if they wish to reach the lush green fields on the other side. They know the final rest awaits beneath the murky water, yet hunger is even more daunting. The Mara River is not just a geographic barrier. It is a funnel leading subjects directly into the mouths of giant hunters. Here, the Nile crocodile reaches record sizes thanks to the abundant annual nourishment. This is no longer a refined pursuit, it is a collective ending. When the herds of antelope and zebra plunge down like a flood, the massive crocodiles dive into the center of the chaotic crowd. Witnessing this classic spin of the end, you will understand why the crocodile has outlasted even the dinosaurs. For the zebra herd, this is a painful loss. But for the river, this is the continuation of the flow of energy. On the savannah, there are no villains or heroes. There are only links of life joined by life force and its conclusion. The Nile crocodile is the gatekeeper of the rivers, a reminder that nature always maintains a harsh yet fair order for itself. Those who make it through today will carry painful lessons so that next year, when the call of the grassland echoes once more, they will return here, where the line between life and its end is as thin as the surface of the Mara. We have spent a great deal of time on the sun-drenched savannas of Africa, where grand encounters between trunks and horns unfold openly beneath the sun. This continent still harbors other giants in darker, higher and wetter hidden corners. In these parts, the arena is not always a patch of dry grass. It might be the cloud-shrouded layers of a mountain peak, the churning rivers where teeth sharper than razors lie in wait, or even beneath the forest canopy where sunlight has never touched the ground. These giants do not require a summoned army to demonstrate their influence. They possess unique survival strategies and biological tools honed through high-stakes moments. Buckle up, because we are about to leave the familiarity of the brush to enter the territory of the silent rulers. The Virunga Mountains, situated on the border shared by Rwanda, Uganda, and the Democratic Republic of the Congo. The elevation reaches more than 3,000 meters above sea level. The air here is so thin and biting that your lungs will likely plead for mercy. This is certainly not a place for the faint of heart. And in this misty realm, there lives an uncrowned king who possesses a silver-furred shoulder broad enough to carry the entire clan. The mountain gorilla. If the African elephant is the master of the open plains, then the mountain gorilla is the sovereign of the emerald strongholds. Scientifically speaking, we and they share up to 98% of the same DNA. Their digestive system acts as a massive cellulose processing plant, turning ordinary foliage into rippling bands of muscle. But this sheer bulk is not just for show. In the world of the mountain gorilla, size is the language of peace, as well as the final declaration of conflict. Their social structure revolves around an absolute monarchy. One silverback serves as the father, the leader, and the sole guardian. Yet power always draws those who wish to test it. The most intense confrontations often do not come from the outside, but from young princes who are itching for a fight to reclaim the throne. This clash of the titans begins not with fists, but with psychological maneuvering. The chest-beating behavior you often see in movies is not merely a display of hostility. The latest studies indicate that the sound conveys precise information regarding the body size and combat readiness of its owner. A wise silverback will listen to the frequency of those strikes and decide whether a full-scale engagement is worth the effort. But when the language of sound fails, physical force takes over. Unlike humans who strike with their knuckles, gorillas use their entire body weight to ram and employ jaws with a biting force stronger than a lion or a tiger to inflict serious injuries. Their most formidable asset is not their fist, but the pair of canines measuring 5 centimeters hidden behind those thick lips. A single bite to the shoulder or neck can end the journey of any rebel in the blink of an eye. The mountain gorilla is a perfect example of the balance between overwhelming strength and a gentle demeanor. They are peaceful giants until you cross that final boundary. But in the deep woods, they are not the only ones possessing formidable canine teeth. Moving away from the frigid peaks, we will descend to find a creature that looks as vibrant as an abstract painting, yet possesses a temperament like a storm bottled up in a nimble body. Have you ever heard of a primate that even a leopard would think twice about before engaging? Get ready, because we are about to meet the most colorful yet most intense inhabitant of the lowland tropical forests. If you imagine the tropical rainforest is merely a place for camouflage in dull greens and browns, then allow me to introduce you to the most unconventional rule breaker in evolutionary history, the mandrill. That face resembles a mischievous child who has just snuck into their mother's vanity and decided to try every vibrant shade all at once. But you are standing before the largest monkey on the planet and one of the most spirited creatures to ever roam this earth. The flamboyant colors of a male mandrill are not just for show. The brighter the red and the deeper the blue, the higher the levels of testosterone flowing through its veins. In other words, its face serves as a public biological progress report of its strength. An adult male mandrill can weigh as much as 35 kilograms or more, but their true might resides in the horde, vast legions of individuals. While most primates reside in small groups, mandrills can gather into super troops of up to 600 or even 1,000 individuals. Picture 1,000 of these small giants sweeping across the forest floor like a whirlwind of color. No serpent, no rodent, and certainly no other troop of primates would care to get in their way. This is not a casual stroll. It is a march of a highly organized army under the authority of the alpha male with the most brilliant face. However, the life of a mandrill king is not simply about nourishment and displays of power. Their most formidable adversary, the ghost of the jungle, the leopard, frequently lingers in the lower branches. The mandrill is one of the few primates that a leopard truly needs to think twice about. In a direct confrontation, a male mandrill can deliver life-altering blows with its powerful arms and grinder jaws. Their strategy is straightforward, yet highly effective, a complete counter-response. When a member of the troop is pursued, the largest males will form a protective circle and rush toward the challenger. The leopard typically chooses to withdraw into the shadows, leaving the kingdom to our spirited, colorful friend. The next giant we are about to meet does not use fangs or arm muscles for its defense. He has a completely different approach, a living crane capable of delivering strikes from an elevation of 5 meters that can certainly pack a punch. If you think that possessing a long neck is merely for reaching the tastiest leaves on the highest treetops, then you are only scratching the surface regarding the African giraffe. This 6-meter-tall giant that seems like a product of a mismatched assembly from spare parts, the legs of a track athlete, the body of a horse, and a neck as long as a construction crane. To send blood up to a brain located more than 2 meters away from the heart, the African giraffe possesses the most powerful hydraulic pumping system in the animal kingdom. Their heart weighs up to 11 kilograms and generates blood pressure twice as high as a human's. Despite that incredibly long neck, they have exactly 7 cervical vertebrae, precisely the same number of neck bones as you have. The only thing is, each of their vertebrae is more than 25 centimeters long. But this neck is not just for show or for enjoying a meal. When the mating season arrives and tensions between males begin to rise, that neck transforms into a formidable asset in a ritualized engagement known as necking. With a length of more than 2 meters, the neck acts as a massive lever, swinging a head weighing dozens of kilograms into a target at breathtaking speeds. Those small horns on their heads, called ossicones, are actually solid bony masses covered in skin. When they collide, the sound produced can be heard from a distance of hundreds of meters. It is no ordinary headbutt. It is a strike with enough force to fracture ribs, cause internal injuries, or even leave an opponent unconscious on the spot as they throw their weight around. The dramatic part is that this encounter looks like a slow yet high-stakes dance. They maneuver, dodge impacts, and seek an angle to deliver a decisive strike to the opponent's neck or legs. A defeated African giraffe may end up with a broken neck and collapse like a demolished tower. Victory on the savannah is never permanent, but for the winner, the prize is the right to carry on the legacy of the tallest king. However, if you think that the neck is their only asset, just ask the hungry lions of the Etosha region who have tried to bite off more than they can chew. But nature always knows how to create intriguing contrasts. Leaving this lanky giant behind, we will lower our gaze a bit toward the shorter brush, where a shadow warrior is waiting. A creature with noble beauty, but the heart of a true samurai warrior, ready to pierce anyone who dares to test its pride. Meet the roan antelope, the fourth largest antelope on the continent. Do not mistake them for their sable antelope cousins with their glossy black coats. The roan antelope opts for a more rugged style with a dusty reddish-brown coat, but do not let that somewhat muted color play tricks on your eyes. Biologically speaking, this is a massive muscle weighing nearly 300 kilograms. And their tools of the trade? Take a look at those backward curving horns. They are not quite as long as blades, but they are thick and sturdy, perfect for hooking, prodding, and breaking the resolve of anyone who does not know their place. In the world of the roan antelope, leniency is a rare luxury. They are well known among scientists as one of the most high-spirited antelope species. And this is when the true engagement begins. These gladiators drop to their knees, turning their center of gravity into a steady anchor. In this posture, they can utilize the full strength of their neck and shoulder muscles to deliver sideways thrusts or upward hooks from below. Those horns become like iron hooks. The encounter is not a race for speed, but rather a contest of stamina and endurance. They lock horns, pushing back and forth as swirling dust clouds the vision. These confrontations are so intense that sometimes both become too worn out to stand, yet neither will give in first. The victor takes it all: the territory, the water source, and a herd to protect. But glory on the savannah always comes with a heavy weight of responsibility. As the leader, this male is now the shield for the entire group. And if the roan antelope is a muscle pickup truck, then the common eland is an Abrams heavy tank steadily advancing into the arena. An adult male can weigh up to 1 ton of pure brawn and muscle. Do you hear that sound? That is the sound of their tendons sliding over the sesamoid bones. The louder the click, the larger the animal, and that is how they get the point across to potential challengers without even needing to utter a growl. When these two 1-ton giants decide to resolve a disagreement, it is not a quick engagement, but rather a contest of endurance. They utilize their signature spiral horns like mechanical levers. The objective is not to pierce the other party, since their neck skin is thick enough to withstand standard impacts, but rather to twist the neck of the challenger. Those muscle masses in the neck are the key to success. A victorious common eland is one with the ability to stand its ground and use neck strength to press the challenger's head toward the earth or twist it to the side. When a 1-ton fellow loses his balance, gravity takes care of the rest. The strength of the common eland is a blend of weight and composure. But in Africa, size does not always go hand in hand with having 4 feet on the ground. Let's meet another giant, one who has traded the sky to rule the earth with a pair of legs that can easily knock the wind out of even a seasoned warrior. He has no horns, no long canines, but possesses an ancient tool that can reach through even the thickest hide. If you think birds are fragile creatures that chirp in the garden, then this fellow will certainly make you think twice. You are looking at the largest, heaviest, and most unconventional bird on the planet. Scientifically speaking, The African ostrich is a living legacy from the era of theropod dinosaurs. While most bird species possess 4 toes, the African ostrich has evolved to have only 2 toes to optimize its speed. It does not simply run, it flies across the ground at a velocity of 70 kilometers per hour. A single stride can reach as far as 5 meters. In other words, if this fellow decides to pursue you, unless you are in a pickup truck with your foot to the floor, you might be out of luck. But speed is merely a way for it to reach its dinner or make a quick exit. The real power lies in what scientists refer to as the decisive strike. Unlike horses that kick backward, the African ostrich kicks forward and downward. At the tip of its largest toe is a claw measuring 10 centimeters, as sharp and sturdy as a steel dagger. It is a direct, forceful, and extremely precise maneuver. And here is an interesting fact for those who believe in tall tales. No, they never bury their heads in the sand when feeling uneasy. That is a misunderstanding regarding their nest-tending behavior. If an African ostrich lowers its head to the ground, it is because it is lingering or attempting to camouflage its massive frame as a dry bush. But once it stands tall and reveals its sturdy beak, that is when a challenger should watch their step. But the trials on the savannah never simply stop at kicks. As the sun sets and the temperature drops, other giants begin to emerge. If the African ostrich is the marathon runner of the savannah, then allow me to introduce you to a true gentleman, one who has declined excessive running and decided that he will still take wing despite a substantial midsection, the Kori bustard. This is the heaviest flying bird in Africa and one of the world's primary contenders for the title of Gravity Challenger. An adult male can weigh as much as 19 kilograms. For a creature that needs to lift off, 19 kilograms is essentially a grounded sentence. But the Kori bustard is a calculating strategist. Instead of expending energy on unnecessary flights, he spends his day patrolling his territory like a true local sheriff. This is when the real engagement begins, a contest of pageantry. In the world of the Kori bustard, size is the name of the game. Why go through the trouble of physical conflict when you can intimidate a rival simply by appearing larger and more majestic? And take a look at his foraging style. The Kori bustard is a relentless, opportunistic seeker of sustenance. He walks with composure, and anything that moves beneath his feet, from grasshoppers and lizards to venomous serpents, can become his midday meal. He only needs one precise strike with immense force to settle the matter with his target. They frequently follow behind large mammals, such as the African elephant or zebras, taking advantage of how these giants disturb insects so they can easily harvest them. It is a rather clever strategy. Let the other giants do the heavy lifting while he simply enjoys the benefits. However, as the sun fades and the golden light of the savannah gives way to deep shadows, the avian kingdom sees a change in leadership. The next ruler has no need for colorful displays. He conceals himself in the darkness with eyes capable of looking right through a challenger's soul. As the sun dips below the horizon, the rules of the survival game in Africa change completely. Meet Verreaux's eagle owl, the largest owl on the continent, and one of the most imposing hunters nature has ever crafted in the shadows. With a wingspan reaching nearly 1.5 meters and a height comparable to a small child, this is not the charming owl you see in fairy tales. This is a stealth aircraft armed to the teeth for the nighttime hunt. And here is the most intriguing part, an identifying feature that is both captivating and spine-tingling. Bright pink eyelids. Yes, you heard that right. Varro's eagle owl is the only owl in the world possessing brilliant pink eyelids. In their world, pink is the color of the one who calls the shots in the nocturnal hierarchy, serving as a final signal before the light fades. Microscopic serrations on the wing feathers of Varro's eagle owl completely eliminate air noise. It does not simply fly, it drifts through the darkness, staying under the radar. For the target below, perhaps a hedgehog or even a small primate, the conclusion does not arrive with a roar, but with absolute silence. This nocturnal giant is a perfect blend of eccentric beauty and immense strength. But as the mist begins to clear and the first light of dawn touches the waters of the great rivers, we must leave the sky for another realm. Welcome to the kingdom of the Nile monitor, the largest lizard in Africa and one of the most bothersome opportunists you will ever encounter. The Nile monitor is a rule breaker, a true rogue with a set of survival skills that are astonishingly diverse. An adult can reach up to 2.2 meters in length, but do not let its appearance, which seems more slender than a crocodile, pull the wool over your eyes. This is a versatile machine. It can swim like a fish, climb like a cat, and run on land with a velocity that will leave you in awe. The Nile monitor possesses an incredibly sophisticated chemical navigation system. The forked tongue collects scent molecules and delivers them to the Jacobson's organ on the roof of the mouth. It can scent a crocodile egg nest situated deep beneath the sand from a distance of dozens of meters. It is a living radar detector beneath a layer of armored scales. The persistence of the Nile monitor makes it one of the most successful creatures in Africa. It consumes everything, from scavenged remains and insects to birds and serpents. It is the embodiment of versatility, forceful when necessary, but always prioritizing cleverness. A giant that does not require tons of muscle to rule, but only needs perseverance and a tail with the striking force of a heavyweight boxer. But if you think this lizard is already the pinnacle of riverside eccentricities, then get ready for a real surprise. He has no scales and no claws, but he possesses a mouth so wide it can encompass an entire bird and a spirited temperament that can make even reptiles think twice. African bullfrog. This guy will give you a run for your money and make you rethink your entire biological perspective. With a weight that can exceed 1.4 kilograms and a size comparable to a large dinner plate, we are talking about a true giant in the amphibian world. But size is not the most impressive part of the story. Scientifically, the African bullfrog lacks teeth in the traditional sense, but they possess what are called odontodes. sharp, bony projections from the lower jaw that look like two massive fangs. Paired with a staggering bite force, this mouth is not merely for nourishment. It is a genuine, leather-wrapped crusher. Their life philosophy is quite simple. If it fits in the mouth, it is a meal. If it does not fit, try to make it fit anyway. The menu for the African bullfrog is a list of high-stakes encounters: mice, small birds, other frogs, and even the most formidable scorpions. They are elite ambush seekers of sustenance. For much of the year, they stay deep beneath the earth, wrapping themselves in a cocoon of parched skin to weather the extended dry season, a state referred to as estivation. But when the first drops of rain touch the ground, the beast stirs with a hunger that is hard to quench. Yet, the true challenge for the African bullfrog is not just about satisfying its appetite. It is the mission of some of the most dedicated fathers in the natural world. The journey through the realm of these other giants has reached the end of the road, but its echoes continue to resonate across Africa. In this landscape, strength is not found merely in tons of brawn or the figures on a scale. It resides in the courage to face one's destiny. Each creature we have met serves as a chapter in the grand epic of survival. Some opt for vibrant pageantry, while others choose a path of absolute stillness. But whatever the strategy, the ultimate goal is keeping the flame of life burning bright in this demanding environment. Within the battleground of the African savannah, the rules of existence are dictated by the most powerful. The African savannah, a brutal arena of survival, where the rules are written by the strongest. Where are you watching this battle for the throne from? Leave a comment to let us know, and let's dive into the nature animal documentary. Untamed Savannah, Clash of the Fiercest Titans. The African savannah. A vast ocean of grass stretching to the very horizon. Do not be deceived by the tranquil beauty of the sunset. This is one of the harshest biological arenas on the planet, where temperatures soar to 45 degrees Celsius. The process of natural selection plays out with ruthless continuity. The sheer muscle power of a solitary individual is insufficient. Danger lurking at every turn compels species to activate an ultimate survival strategy: the power of the alliance. Unity is not a choice. It is the most formidable shield standing between life and death in this arena. The lion understands this principle implicitly. Unlike other felids, they build an empire based on collective strength. A lion pride is a tight-knit political organization operated by two opposing forces. True power lies in the hands of the females. Grandmothers, mothers, daughters, sisters, living together for life on territory inherited from their ancestors. This blood bond creates a rare phenomenon: creches, cooperative child rearing. Females synchronize their reproductive cycles. They raise cubs communally, indiscriminately. A shared flow of milk nourishes the future generation, ensuring maximum survival when the biological mother is away. Conversely, male lions are merely transients. Upon reaching maturity, they are exiled to embark on a path of conquest. They are forced to form coalitions, brotherhood alliances. 2 to 4 males, usually blood brothers, join forces to take over another pride. Their tenure is fleeting, lasting only 2 to 3 years. Their mandate is to defend territorial borders and prevent other bachelors from infiltrating. Meanwhile, the duty of hunting and foraging falls to the females. Only when the hunt is too arduous or the prey too aggressive do the males enter the fray. Pride strength transforms lions into master strategists. They employ encirclement tactics, with the formation divided like a tactical unit. This coordination allows them to take down Africa's most formidable giants. However, when the prey falls, the dictatorship reveals its true form. The males, even if they did not participate in the hunt, always rush in to claim the lion's share. It is the protection tax the pride must pay for the king's defense. The lionesses, despite being the primary hunting force, must resignedly eat afterwards. And finally, most tragically, come the cubs. In seasons of scarcity, the death of cubs from starvation is the price paid for this order. But even amidst plenty, tragedy can strike when the throne changes hands. When a new male coalition takes over a pride, their first act is a purge. They hunt down and kill all offspring of the deposed king. A brutal act, but a cold biological calculus. Lionesses who lose their cubs will stop lactating and return to estrus in just a few weeks. The new kings, with their limited time to rule, need to pass on their own genes immediately. To maintain this complex order, lions use their most powerful tool, the roar. With a specialized vocal fold structure, this sound can travel up to 8 kilometers. It is a dual message, a reassurance of, "I am here for the family." but a deadly warning for intruders. At night, when the pride joins voices in a chorus, they create an invisible wall of sound, asserting the absolute sovereignty of the lords of the savannah. Facing a lion pride alone is akin to a death sentence from nature itself. This is why the plains zebra also chooses unity to survive on the savannah. Contrary to the misconception of a single massive herd of thousands, zebra society is fractured into smaller units known as harems. A mobile family fortress consisting of one dominant stallion, the commander and protector, 2 to 6 females and their offspring. Even when merging into a migratory flow of thousands, members of a harem never lose sight of one another. This bond is reinforced through the ritual of social grooming. They stand leaning against each other, using their teeth to groom their partner's neck. This action serves both hygiene and the activation of bonding hormones. It transforms the family into a unified entity of will, ready to live and die together. When facing the Grim Reaper, the harem activates a fortified 3-layer military defense protocol. The first layer is the black and white striped coat. Lions hunt by locking onto a specific individual. But the zebra has hacked the predator's visual system using the motion dazzle effect. As the herd stampedes, thousands of black and white stripes interlace and slide past one another, creating a massive optical illusion. The lion's monochromatic brain becomes overloaded. It cannot distinguish head from tail, or where one animal ends and another begins. The hiding in plain sight tactic renders the deadly pounce inaccurate and less terrifying. If the illusion fails, discipline takes over. Plains zebras move in a formation hardwired into their genes. The alpha mare leads the way, deciding the safest escape route. The foals are sandwiched in the center for maximum protection. The most dangerous position belongs to the stallion. He is the final living shield standing between his family and the enemy's claws. If the lion gets too close, the stallion will stop and turn to face the threat, buying time for the herd to escape. And the third layer of defense is the 24/7 radar system. Plains zebras never sleep simultaneously. They maintain strict sentry duty schedules. When the herd rests, sentries stand firm, ears swiveling independently 180 degrees, continuously scanning for sound waves. But the lion possesses the means to breach the plains zebra's defenses. As twilight descends, the balance of power tips heavily in favor of the hunters. The black and white striped coat is now rendered ineffective. and should a prey animal inadvertently stray from the herd, the lion will show no mercy. The lion's attack begins with a terrifying, explosive charge. Fast twitch muscle fibers are fired to maximum capacity. In just 3 seconds, they can reach speeds of 80 kilometers per hour. The plains zebra can run at speeds of 65 kilometers per hour. They possess greater stamina, capable of maintaining this pace over longer distances than the lion. That is why the lion waits patiently at the ambush site, only launching the attack when the gap closes to less than 30 meters. The lion's pounce is rarely lethal on impact. They utilize their 150-kilogram body mass and razor-sharp claws to latch onto the prey's flanks, destabilizing it. A fall at 60 kilometers per hour is a death sentence. Only then do the jaws of death seek out the vital point, the trachea. The strangulation bite cuts off the flow of oxygen, and thus the feast is served for the rulers of the food chain. If you were a zebra, would you choose defense through the optical illusion of black and white stripes, or rely on sheer speed to escape? Leave a comment below. To counter the lion's stalking, the plain zebra turns to the ostrich for support. Each species holds a piece of the puzzle that the other lacks. The ostrich, standing nearly 3 meters tall, is a mobile watchtower. They possess the largest eyes of any land animal, measuring up to 5 centimeters in diameter. Their vision functions like a pair of telescopes. They can detect the bobbing head of a lion from several kilometers away. Meanwhile, the plains zebra compensates for the ostrich's deficits in hearing and smell. Their noses are acutely sensitive to the scent of predators carried on the wind. Ears swiveling 180 degrees pick up the faintest snap of a dry twig in the thickets. If a lion lies in ambush at close range, obscured from the ostrich's view, the zebra is the first to detect it. Combined, they create a 360-degree security perimeter. This partnership thrives thanks to niche partitioning. Zebras are grazers, typically consuming the tough grasses close to the ground. Ostriches are omnivores, using their long necks to forage for seeds, flowers, and berries at a higher tier, or to hunt insects and lizards. They share the same territory, yet exploit 2 completely distinct resources. Needing no language, they communicate through panic. If the ostrich suddenly stops feeding, craning its neck rigidly in one direction, the zebra instantly goes on high alert. If the zebra snorts and bolts, the ostrich engages its long legs, sprinting after them without a backward glance. In this alliance, the survival of one serves as the protective shield for the other. Yet not every herbivore lives in fear of the lion. Among the Big Five, the Cape buffalo holds a chilling moniker, the Black Death. They are 900-kilogram biological tanks, equipped with thick armor-like skin and an unforgiving attitude. But their true strength lies in the most democratic and disciplined society on the savannah. Unlike the insular and autocratic lion prides, buffalo society operates like an open metropolis. During the rainy season, herds can merge to number in the thousands. This is a soft hierarchy structure. Dominant males hold breeding rights and defense duties, but the right to lead belongs to the matriarchs. Their memory serves as a living map leading to water sources. Their formation is a piece of military tactics. The center is the safest zone, reserved for females and calves. Lower-ranking males stand guard at the fringes as the first layer of living shields. Buffalo do not follow leaders blindly. They engage in voting behavior. Adult females stand up, stare intently in a specific direction, and then lie back down. Each gaze is a vote. After about an hour, the entire herd moves in the average direction of all those votes. When facing lions, the antelope's instinct is to flee. The buffalo's instinct is to counterattack. When surrounded, they immediately deploy a phalanx formation. The strongest bulls stand in a line or circle. They lower their heads, interlocking their massive boss horns to form an impenetrable steel shield wall. If a member is caught and lets out a distress call, hundreds of buffalo will turn back. They charge into the lion pride like a black flood. A bull's thrust can toss a lion into the air or trample the predator's spine. The golden rule: never leave a comrade behind. Alongside the massive herds, mysterious small groups exist on the savannah. The Daga Boys. In the local dialect, Daga means mud. This is a fraternity of old bulls, retired from the breeding race, separating from the herd to seek soft riverine grass. They are old, scarred, and extremely cantankerous. But the brotherhood of the Daga Boys is legendary. When sleeping, they lie back to back to create a 360-degree vantage point. When attacked, they do not run, for they no longer have the strength to run. They choose a fight to the death. Buffalo solidarity also bears the color of vengeance. They are the only herbivores that actively hunt down predators. If they catch the scent of hiding lions, the herd will charge into the bush to flush them out. Even more brutally, if they discover a den of cubs, they will not hesitate to trample them to eliminate a future threat. Buffalo have excellent memories and hold grudges. They never forget who spilled their blood. Here, the line between predator and prey has been blurred. For the lion, the hunt for Cape buffalo transcends mere sustenance. It is an act of vengeance, a declaration of dominance on the savannah. In this battle, all rules regarding size are shattered. The lion knows that a single thrust from the buffalo's curved horns can end its life instantaneously. Conversely, The buffalo knows that a mere second of isolation from the herd is a death sentence. The lions execute the most intricate cooperative strategy in the animal kingdom. The lionesses assume the role of harassers. They relentlessly assault the flanks and hind legs, forcing the buffalo to pivot, leaving it disoriented and exhausted. But to topple a 900-kilogram monster, they require the brute strength of the males. With superior muscle mass and immense shoulder power, the male lion charges in like an anchor. He grapples onto the back or neck, utilizing his 200-kilogram weight to drag the buffalo's head to the ground, setting the stage for the killing bite to the trachea. However, Cape buffalo are not passive victims. Upon detecting a threat, they do not scatter in panic, exposing their backs to the enemy. The largest, most robust bulls face outward, standing shoulder to shoulder, forming a black wall. Dozens of pairs of rock-hard boss horns are lowered, creating a forest of razor-sharp spikes. Any lion foolish enough to charge this barricade faces the risk of having its internal organs impaled. If the herd rallies in time, the lion's hunt is terminated instantly. Faced with the overwhelming force of this collective fury, even the king of the savannah is forced to flee or scramble up a tree to preserve his life. In this war, he who possesses allies secures the victory. The lion and the buffalo. Who is truly the more fearsome force on the savannah? Leave your comment below. But even if the lions claim victory, they cannot yet enjoy their meal in peace. For the spotted hyena is always lurking, waiting to steal the kill. Though they are among Africa's most successful hunters, they never pass up a ready-made feast. To become a challenger to the lion, unity is paramount. The spotted hyena operates a society more complex and cutthroat than even humans, where gender and lineage dictate everything. The female reigns supreme. Due to abnormally high levels of androgen in the womb, female hyenas grow larger, more muscular, and more aggressive than males. At the helm of this empire stands an alpha female. Yet, even the lowest-ranking female still outranks the highest-ranking male. Before the fairer sex, burly males must always bow, whine submissively, and cower in fear. Lion society values strength. Hyena society values pedigree. Status here is inherited, not earned. The queen's offspring, even a newly weaned cub, automatically ranks above dozens of veteran members. Conversely, the life of a male hyena is a prolonged tragedy. Upon reaching maturity, usually at 2 to 3 years old, they are exiled from the clan to prevent inbreeding. They are forced to seek out new clans and start over from the bottom. They become punching bags for the clan's aggression. They eat only the last scraps of bone. They must grovel for the chance to mate. And the only way to ascend the ranks is to wait for the older males to die. A hyena clan can number up to 100 members, but they operate on a fission-fusion mechanism. Daily, they splinter into small patrolling groups. But for territorial wars or large hunts, they whoop to rally into a unified legion. When facing their arch-nemesis, the lion, hyenas employ mobbing tactics. This is a gamble of trust. When a hyena dashes in to bite the lion's tail, it places its life in the hands of its comrades. It trusts that the pack will cackle and harass, preventing the lion from turning to deliver a killing blow. A solitary hyena is a dead hyena, but a united hyena gang is a formidable force capable of toppling the king. If the lion is king by virtue of strength, then the African wild dog is king by virtue of heart. Do not let their mottled appearance, resembling an oil painting, deceive you. This is the most efficient predator on the Dark Continent. Their hunting success rate soars to 80%, leaving the lion's modest 30% far behind. Their secret does not lie in fangs and claws. A wild dog pack typically consists of 10 to 40 members. Their political structure is a benevolent monarchy. At the helm stands the alpha pair. Only they possess the right to breed. Yet, wild dogs rarely vie for status through brute force. Instead, there is voluntary submission. The remaining members, aunts, uncles, siblings, accept the sacrifice of their own parental rights. They pool all resources to raise the alpha pair's offspring. A grand genetic sacrifice for the collective good. If a member is injured, frail, or even missing a limb, it is allowed to rest at the den. Its comrades will hunt and return with regurgitated meat. This primitive medical care allows disabled individuals to survive and recover. Even the feeding behavior of the wild dog displays astonishing benevolence. The pups are allowed to dive in and eat their fill. The adults eat only when the young are satiated. If food is scarce, the adults will go hungry. This is an absolute investment in the future. Yet, on the savannah, not every warrior chooses unity as a means of survival. They forsake the protection of the pack to choose the path of the solitary assassin, a life of freedom. But the price to pay is steep. No allies to share the risk, no backup when disaster strikes. Here, a twisted limb, an infected wound, or a single failed hunt equates to a death sentence. The brutal pressure of survival compels them to evolve into machines of absolute perfection, faster, more agile, and masters of stealth. The leopard is the embodiment of that absolute silence. Each individual is a monarch within an exclusive realm. A male's territory is a vast empire, spanning anywhere from 10 to 100 square kilometers. It overlaps the ranges of 3 to 4 females, yet strictly bars entry to any other male. Trespassing borders is synonymous with a fight to the death. To avoid direct encounters and unnecessary injury, they utilize an offline communication system. They claw markings into tree trunks and spray urine laced with the distinct scent of their interdigital glands onto bushes. But most terrifying is their sound in the night, the sound of sawing wood. A rough, rhythmic rasp like a saw cutting into the darkness, serving as a warning to lurking rivals. Solitude is the price paid for the leopard's ambush hunting style. A gang is noisy and pungent. A phantom is invisible. This allows them to approach prey to within lethal range, less than 5 meters. Solitude allows them to blend into every dappled shadow, but it also strips them of the right to make mistakes. If a lion misses, a teammate can cut off the escape. If a leopard misses, it goes hungry. Worse still, if injured by prey, no one will bring food back to it. It will starve to death. This very pressure evolved the behavior of hoisting prey. Leopards possess extraordinary muscle power. They can use their jaws to haul an antelope twice their body weight straight up a vertical tree. This is how they secure their meal from a pack of aggressive hyenas or lions. The sole exception to the rule of solitude is the mating season. When hormones call, the pair will seek each other out. But it is a brief 3-day affair. And the moment the biological mission is complete, the coldness returns. The male returns to his territory without sentiment, leaving the female to shoulder the burden of motherhood. The only social bond in a leopard's life is the maternal bond. Leopard mothers are magnificent single parents for 18 to 24 months. But eventually, when the cub is grown, she will drive it away. Young males are forced to embark on a deadly nomadic journey to find a promised land of their own. If the leopard is the assassin of the night, then the cheetah is the phantom of the sunlight. They are the fastest land animal on the planet. A biological machine optimized for speeds of 112 kilometers per hour. But behind those blistering sprints lies a social structure rife with gender paradoxes. Unlike the pride-living lion or the solitary leopard, the cheetah splits its world into 2 opposing halves. Female cheetahs are strict adherents to solitude. The moment they leave their mother's embrace, sisters part ways. Unlike female leopards who hold fixed territories, they are semi-nomadic. Their home range extends up to 1,500 square kilometers. They follow the migration of antelope herds. They wander alone amidst the ocean of grass, shouldering the savannah's heaviest burden of single motherhood. Conversely, male cheetahs abhor solitude. Littermate brothers bond with a lifelong oath, male coalitions. A group of 2 to 3 members is a force to be reckoned with. They easily defend territory, dominate other males, and secure access to females. But not every male is fortunate enough to have brothers. About 40% of male cheetahs are forced to live a solitary life. Without allies, they cannot hold territory. They are driven out to marginal lands where food is scarce and danger lurks. Although males live in groups, once the hunt begins, brotherhood becomes irrelevant. When initiating the sprint, no one can assist another. In a coalition, typically only one male selects a target and streaks away like an arrow. Only when the leader subdues the target do teammates rush in to help pin it down. But for the female cheetah, the pressure is even more immense. She hunts alone, and when the prey falls, the nightmare begins. A slender build optimized for speed leaves her ill-equipped for combat. A vulture, a jackal, or even a solitary hyena can rob her blind of her meal. The leopard is also a threat the cheetah must be wary of. Their amber eyes do not lock onto the mother, but fixate on the innocent cheetah cubs at play. This is the behavior of competitor killing. It is how they eliminate future speed rivals. But the cheetah mother does not easily yield to the predator. She chooses a fight to the death, ready to charge head-on at the enemy. Her speed throws the opponent into panic. The frenzied ferocity of maternal love has overwhelmed sheer muscle strength. The leopard backs down. A wound from a frenzied mother is a risk not worth taking. The assassin retreats into the shadows. On the savannah, speed may lose to muscle, but it never loses to the heart of a mother. Which impresses you more, the cheetah or the leopard? Share your thoughts with us in the comments below. Like the cheetah, the caracal are the ghosts of the savannah. They are nocturnal or crepuscular creatures. By day, they vanish into the earth. They commandeer abandoned aardvark burrows, hiding in narrow rock crevices or the thorniest thickets. Evading all attention is survival rule number 1. Like their cousin the leopard, every caracal is a solitary king in its own kingdom. They establish chemical barriers using urine and dung. The message sent is unequivocal and stern: no trespassing. Any intruder crossing that line will face a terrible fury in defense of privacy. Solitude has compelled the caracal to evolve a unique hunting skill. They are the greatest high jumpers in the feline world. From a standing start, they can leap vertically to a height of 3 meters, 6 to 7 times their body height. The caracal stalks in absolute silence. When a target, like a guinea fowl or pigeon, takes flight, they instantly launch like a missile. Agile forelegs swat the prey down in mid-air. Though weighing a modest 12 to 18 kilograms, caracals are giants in a small package. They do not hesitate to attack prey many times their own weight, such as young impala. Their explosive power compensates for their modest size. Yet, after every explosive hunt, the caracal sinks back into contemplation. They are ranked among the least social of cats. They detest communication. Their only social tool is their distinctive ears. 2 long black tufts on the tips of the ears, ear tufts. They function like 2 radar antennas. When 2 caracals inadvertently meet, they twitch these tufts. These are distant warning signals, a silent language to maintain distance. The caracal is the perfect solitary warrior of the savannah. They survive through agility and extraordinary aerial combat skills, and most importantly, the ability to become invisible amidst the vast ocean of grass. Solitude extends even to giants like the black rhino. Unlike their white rhino cousins, who often congregate in small groups called a crash, the black rhino is a believer in extreme individualism. They live in absolute solitude. A mature male masters his own territory, marking borders with urine and dung, ready to fight to the death against any intruder. The greatest difference lies in the mouth. The white rhino possesses a square lip for cropping grass close to the ground. The black rhino features a pointed upper lip, as dexterous as a finger. This anatomy allows them to maneuver, strip leaves, snap branches, and pull thorny bushes into their mouths. They are the forest's brute force gardeners, clearing paths through thickets that no other species dares to touch. The black rhino's aggressive nature stems from its extremely poor eyesight. Their vision is limited to a range of about 30 meters. Anything beyond that distance is merely a moving blur. Living alone, without kin to warn them, and unable to clearly see dangers, causes them to develop a state of extreme nervous tension. Upon detecting strange movement, the black rhino does not flee. It launches its entire thick-skinned 1.4-ton body at the opponent at speeds of 55 kilometers per hour. They are ready to topple trees, attack vehicles, or even challenge elephants and lions if they feel threatened. Aggression is, in reality, a mask for the fear of a lonely figure in a blurry world. To compensate for their useless eyes, nature has gifted them with superior hearing and smell. Their tube-shaped ears can swivel independently like two radar dishes, picking up the sound of snapping twigs from great distances. Their sense of smell is so acute, they can detect the scent of humans from kilometers away if downwind. The only peaceful relationship in a black rhino's life is between mother and calf. The black rhino calf always walks behind its mother, waiting for her to plow the earth and clear the dense, thorny bushes. At the same time, walking behind allows the calf to be shielded by its mother's massive back from the sneak attacks of hyenas or lions. Amidst the land of giants and speed predators, a small creature dares to walk brazenly through the eye of the storm. The Cape porcupine. A strange warrior armed to the teeth, challenging every law of predation on the savannah. The porcupine is a quintessential nocturnal species. Leaving their deep burrows, each porcupine disperses in a different direction. They are solitary travelers, possessed of astonishing endurance. A single porcupine can trek 15 kilometers each night. They scavenge everywhere, searching for succulent tubers, tree bark, and the finest fallen fruit. Occasionally, they visit old lion kills. They collect dry bones and gnaw on them ravenously. This action serves two vital purposes. First, to sharpen their continuously growing incisors. Second, to replenish calcium and phosphorus, the core materials for building the massive quill armor on their backs. Their back is an arsenal featuring quills up to 50 centimeters long. They are hollow, lightweight, yet harder and sharper than hypodermic needles. When encountering an enemy, they activate the reverse charge tactic. First, it bristles its quills to double its apparent size. They shake their hollow tail quills, creating a chilling rattle similar to a rattlesnake as a warning. If the enemy persists, they run backwards at high speed, ramming the cluster of quills straight into the predator's face or paws. These quills possess microscopic barbs and are filthy. Once embedded in flesh, they are nearly impossible to extract and cause severe infection. A lion with a quill stuck in its snout cannot eat and will die a slow, agonizing death. That is why even the kings of the savannah often choose to make way for this armored dwarf. However, the porcupine's solitude is merely a facade while at work. At heart, they are among the most sentimental species on the savannah. They practice lifelong monogamy, an extreme rarity among mammals. By day, in deep underground burrows, the entire family, father, mother, and offspring, sleep curled up together for warmth. Parenting responsibilities are shared equally. Both father and mother participate in protecting and caring for the young until they are truly mature. The Cape porcupine is a fascinating paradox. On the trail, they are cold, stoic, and dangerous armored warriors. At home, they are devoted parents in a cozy family unit. Yet, this savannah is a realm of unpredictable flux. As the tropical rains shift, the lush green paradise swiftly transforms into an inferno of red dust. To defy the brutality of the elements, millions of creatures have chosen the ultimate survival strategy: migration. A colossal exodus, transforming the earth into a surging river of life. Spearheading this biological deluge are the great wanderers, the blue wildebeest. Each year, they traverse 3,000 kilometers to chase the rains and seek out greener pastures. Wildebeest are selective feeders. They require nutrient-rich short grass, particularly high in phosphorus, to sustain their heavy skeletal frames and produce milk for their young. They can scent the moisture of a rainstorm from 50 kilometers away. Where there is rain, grass grows. Where grass grows, 1.5 million wildebeest will converge. In the world of the wildebeest, safety lies in numbers. The mating season, the rut, is a carnival of madness. Under the full moon of May, males run in circles, bellowing and clashing continuously to defend their tiny territories. This raucous chaos ensures that all females are impregnated within a brief window. The result is the phenomenon of synchronized birthing. At the onset of the rainy season, about 80% of the calves are born within just 2 to 3 weeks. The predator swamping tactic leaves lions and hyenas glutted. They may kill 100 or 1,000, but they cannot kill all 400,000 calves born simultaneously. The survival rate of the next generation skyrockets as a result. But most impressive is the speed of maturation. Wildebeest calves are the fastest mammals on Earth to stand. Just 3 to 7 minutes after birth, they are steady on their feet. After 15 minutes, they must be able to run with the herd. If they delay by a single second, they will be left behind, with virtually zero chance of survival on a savanna teeming with predators. The blue wildebeest are the model citizens of the savanna. Their flesh sustains the predators. Their dung fertilizes the soil. Their hooves till the earth, helping the grass regenerate. If the wildebeest ceased to move, the heartbeat of the entire savanna would stop. The wildebeest does not march alone. Accompanying them is the Burchell's zebra. They are always the vanguard, facing the tallest, densest, and most dangerous grass mats. The secret of this pioneer lies in the stomach. The wildebeest is a ruminant. They eat slowly, digesting thoroughly to extract nutrients. The zebra is different. They possess a single-chambered stomach and rely on hindgut fermentation. This mechanism is less efficient at absorption, but boasts an extremely rapid processing speed. This transforms zebras into heavy-duty lawn mowers. They voraciously consume the old, tough, fibrous grass tops that other species disdain. This action triggers the ecological principle of grazing succession. Zebras clear the rough upper layer, exposing the softer stems and tender leaves underneath for the wildebeest. And finally, the short grass hugging the ground is left for the gazelles. The zebra is the key that unlocks the banquet for the entire ecosystem. Amidst the chaos of millions of hooves, zebras maintain order with steel discipline. They live in small family fortresses called harems, consisting of a stallion, several mares, and their foals. Even when merging into the migratory flood, members of a harem never lose sight of one another. Zebras bring an innate mental map and an excellent ability to locate water. Wildebeest bring overwhelming numbers. This combination allows both species to optimize survival chances on their long treks. Throughout this journey, oxpeckers are often found hitching a ride on the zebra's back. They help remove ticks and parasites, but occasionally they peck at open wounds to drink blood. The zebra accepts this annoyance as the price to pay for hygiene. But upon reaching the murky Mara River, the wildebeest and zebra must temporarily put aside their harmonious partnership. At this moment, they know only to plunge across the river regardless of cost, rather than caring for their companions. For lurking deep beneath the water's surface are predators that have existed since the age of dinosaurs, the Nile crocodile. The crocodile is a master of the art of ambush. To become invisible, they lower their heart rate to a mere 2 to 3 beats per minute. They can remain submerged for hours, or drift on the surface like a piece of rotting driftwood. The wildebeest only realizes the difference when it is too late. Along the crocodile's jawline are tiny black spots. These are dermal pressure receptors. This sensory system is 10 times more sensitive than a human fingertip. They can detect the slightest ripple from a hoof touching the water in pitch darkness. When prey enters striking range, the crocodile uses its massive tail to launch itself out of the water. The jaw snaps shut with a compression force of 5,000 pounds per square inch, the strongest in the modern animal kingdom. Once the jaws have closed, no force on earth can pry them open. Crocodile teeth are conical, designed only to grip, not to chew. To eat, it clamps onto the prey, thrashes its tail, and spins its body continuously underwater. The centrifugal twisting force tears off large chunks of flesh and snaps bones. Simultaneously, this whirlwind disorients the prey completely and causes rapid drowning. The Mara River crossing is the most brutal climax of the migration. Here, crocodiles play the role of tax collectors. They execute a ruthless process of natural selection. Crocodiles typically select victims that are slow, weak, injured, or inexperienced ones that jump in the wrong spot. Eliminating these weaker genes ensures a stronger wildebeest herd. Furthermore, they are the river cleanup crew. Thousands of animals that drown or are trampled will float bloat. Without crocodiles, along with hippos and vultures to scavenge, the river would become a massive reservoir of bacteria, causing disease. As messy eaters, the scraps of meat falling from the crocodile's jaws feed the entire aquatic ecosystem: fish, turtles, and water birds. Leaving the turbulent rivers of the savannah, we enter a world of scorching sand and gravel, where life seems like an impossibility. But here, an evolutionary miracle is unfolding. The desert elephant. They are African bush elephant warriors, tempered to become the most resilient version of themselves. Desert elephants exist in a state of constant motion in search of water. In a single day, they can traverse 70 kilometers across searing sand dunes. A family's home range extends up to 3,000 square kilometers, 10 times larger than that of their brethren in Kruger. The memory of the matriarch serves as a living map. She must recall the exact location of every tiny waterhole, every dry riverbed visited perhaps 20 years ago. In the desert, a wrong turn means perishing from thirst for the entire clan. The desert elephant's physiology has also been reprogrammed. Instead of consuming 200 liters of water daily, they have adapted to drink only once every 3 or 4 days. The legs of the desert elephant are longer, keeping the body further from the scorching sand to dissipate heat more effectively. Their footpads are broader, acting like snowshoes, preventing their massive bulk from sinking into the soft sand. The scarcity of resources compels them to break down the traditional social structure. A single meager bush cannot sustain a herd of 50 elephants. Thus, desert elephants fragment into smaller groups, nuclear units, typically consisting only of mother and calf. The noise vanishes. Desert elephants vocalize significantly less. They travel in absolute silence to conserve energy and vital fluids. Savanna elephants are notorious for their destructive nature, toppling trees to reach the topmost leaves. But desert elephants are gentle gardeners. They understand that vegetation here is more precious than gold. They never topple trees and rarely strip bark or uproot them. They gingerly pluck only leaves and small twigs, ensuring the tree continues to survive. In dry riverbeds, they use trunks and feet to excavate deep holes known as goras. They sift through the sand to access the cool subterranean water beneath. When the elephants finish, these wells become a lifeline for oryx, ostriches, and even nomadic people. Without the elephant, the desert ecosystem would perish from thirst. Also, within the scorching deserts and on the arid plains, the springbok quietly exists. It is no coincidence that they became the national animal of South Africa, the symbol emblazoned on the chests of rugby world champions. They are the embodiment of speed, resilience, and a dance that defies every law of gravity. The name springbok in Afrikaans translates to jump buck, and their signature behavior is pronking. When excited or facing an enemy, they explode to heights of 2 to 3 meters like tightly coiled springs suddenly released. They can execute 5 to 6 such leaps in succession without needing a running start. The springbok's dance is an honest signal sent to cheetahs or lions. It says, in effect, "I am a fit and energetic prey. Do not chase me, for it is a waste of effort." And reality proves, predators often become discouraged and give up when they see a prey animal pronking with such vigor. Today we see springbok herds wandering nomadically, but in the past they created seismic events. Trekbokken. In the 19th century, explorers documented great migrations numbering in the millions. They moved like a deluge, stretching from horizon to horizon. It took 3 days and nights for a Trekbokken herd to pass a single village. They swept away everything, drinking rivers dry and consuming all grass, leaving the earth barren as if scoured by a plague of locusts. Though farm fences have halted these grand migrations, the instinct to chase the rain still flows in their blood. Springbok are mixed feeders. They both graze on grass and browse on shrubs, roots, and succulent tubers. Springbok can live their entire lives without drinking a single drop of water, provided their food supplies at least 10% moisture. Their kidneys are superfilters. They can drink brackish or saline water, toxic to most other mammals, and filter out the salt to retain fresh water. In the wasteland, the ability to endure thirst is a superpower. In the deadlands, springbok often befriend the massive oryx and the ostrich. But most interesting is their relationship with ground squirrels. Amidst the scorching midday sun, these squirrels scamper after the antelope herd. They utilize the meager shade beneath the springbok's belly to escape the sun, a tiny but heartwarming symbiosis in the furnace of the desert. Leaving behind the red dust and scorched grass of the continent, we turn our gaze eastward, where the waves of KwaZulu-Natal crash against the rocky shores. Beneath those deep blue waters, another migration is unfolding. No less dramatic or brutal, and on a scale perhaps even grander. Welcome to the Sardine Run. Annually, as the winter chill sets in, billions of sardines forsake the frigid southern waters to migrate north. They form colossal shoals stretching up to 7 kilometers long, 1.5 kilometers wide, and 30 meters deep. From the vantage point of space, it resembles a massive silver oil slick drifting with the current. Their driving force is a temperature trap, the cold trap. Sardines require cold water, but looming offshore is the deadly warm Agulhas current, exceeding 21 degrees Celsius. They are squeezed tight between the coastline and that invisible wall of warm water. They are forced to funnel through a narrow coastal superhighway. When under attack, the sardines do not scatter. They execute a collective defensive maneuver that is both desperate and spectacular: the bait ball. Thousands of fish pack tightly together, forming a dense sphere, swirling continuously like a silver vortex. Every single fish strives to burrow into the center to disorient the predator's vision. But in the face of intelligent hunters, this tactic becomes a death sentence. They transform themselves into a stationary banquet, inviting the enemy to feast at will. The sardine run attracts the planet's greatest gathering of predators, a complex multi-species coordination mirroring that of the savannah. From common dolphins and sharks to Cape gannets and orcas, the ocean's apex hunting machines gathered to enjoy the grandest feast in the coastal waters of the African savannah. On the savannah, survival is meaningless without a legacy, but nurturing a fragile life amidst a land of ruthless predators is a task bordering on the impossible. It demands more than just instinct. It calls for absolute sacrifice from the noblest of mothers. Take, for example, the Maasai giraffe. They are the tallest creatures to walk the earth, colossal watchtowers standing 5.5 meters tall. The life of a Maasai giraffe is a series of extreme physical challenges from the moment of birth until their final breath. The mother giraffe gives birth in a standing position. This means the calf enters the world with a free fall from a height of 2 meters. The impact is essential to sever the umbilical cord, and more importantly, that shock jumpstarts the lungs, forcing the calf to take its first breath. Just 30 minutes after that earth-shattering drop, the calf must stand. On the savannah, weak legs equate to becoming lunch for a lion. When the mother must forage afar, the calves are deposited into creche, where a trusted nanny watches over the entire nursery. This allows the other mothers to feed with peace of mind. The bulls also endure a survival existence that is anything but easy. To establish dominance, they engage in the ritual of necking. The weapon is the head, armed with a pair of rock-hard, skin-covered ossicones. They swing their 2-meter necks to generate momentum, slamming their heads into the opponent's flank or neck. The force of the blow is strong enough to shatter a jaw, break a neck, or knock the opponent unconscious on the spot. In this world, the long neck serves as both a ladder for foraging and a spiked battle mace. The giraffe's body is a collection of extraordinary engineering solutions to defy gravity and the environment. Their 50-centimeter tongue is as flexible and dexterous as a finger. It is purplish-black or deep blue in color. This is biological sunscreen. Because they browse for up to 18 hours under the harsh equatorial sun, the dense melanin prevents the tongue from getting sunburned. Thick, viscous saliva allows them to ravenously chew on thorn-laden acacia branches without lacerating their mouths. The giraffe is the animal kingdom's greatest insomniac. They sleep only 30 minutes to 2 hours per day, mostly in short power naps while standing. Only when absolutely safe do they dare to lie down and curl their necks. But this position is so perilous they only maintain it for about 5 minutes. The Maasai giraffe is a miraculous yet contradictory design of nature. They accept every physical inconvenience, difficulty sleeping, drinking, and birthing, in exchange for a single privilege: to reach the lush canopy above that no other creature can touch. Yet on the savannah, there is perhaps no mother more magnificent than the African bush elephant. They live by wisdom, memory, and profound emotional bonds that rival those of humans. But to perpetuate the lineage of these giants, nature has devised the harshest of biological trials. Elephant romance begins with a terrifying chemical transformation in the male, musth. This is a state of physiological madness, typically occurring in bulls over 25 years of age. Testosterone levels in their blood skyrocket to 60 times the normal limit. The telltale sign is a dark, viscous fluid seeping from the temporal glands, resembling black tears streaming down their cheeks. In the throes of musth, the bull becomes an out-of-control tank. They topple trees, attack rhinos, overturn vehicles, and stand ready to kill any rival. But to the female, this is the signal of superior genetics. Following the tempestuous mating comes a period of boundless patience. Elephants hold the record for the longest gestation period in the animal kingdom: 22 months. The reason is that the calf requires time to develop an incredibly complex brain in the womb, ensuring that upon birth, it can master a trunk containing 40,000 muscles. Elephants often give birth under the cover of darkness to evade the watchful eyes of lions. When a mother goes into labor, the miracle of collective motherhood emerges. The entire female herd encircles her, facing outward, forming an impenetrable wall of flesh and ivory. They trumpet and stomp, threatening any predator daring to approach the delivery room. And when the calf arrives, it is greeted by a legion of allamothers. Aunts and sisters, young females who have yet to give birth, vie to care for, guide, and protect the new member. This serves as a practical school, allowing them to accumulate maternal experience for the future. Elephant society is an absolute matriarchy. The leader is not the physically strongest, but the wisest, the matriarch. She recalls the exact location of every tiny waterhole, every secret trail she traversed 30 years prior. It is thanks to her that the herd survives the arid seasons. Conversely, the fate of the male is departure. Upon reaching puberty, between 12 and 15 years old, the young males are exiled from the maternal herd. They join bachelor herds, where older uncles mentor them on how to curb their strength and behave like gentlemen. Elephants possess the most advanced telecommunication system in the animal kingdom. They communicate via infrasound, ultra-low frequencies inaudible to the human ear. These sounds travel not only through the air, but also propagate through the earth. Elephants listen with their feet. Beneath their soles lie thousands of highly sensitive vibration receptors. When receiving a distant signal, they freeze, lifting one foot or pressing their trunk against the soil. They can detect mating calls, the footsteps of other herds, or thunderstorms 100 kilometers away. But what truly makes the elephant magnificent is their concept of death. When a herd passes the skeletal remains of their own kind, all playful activity ceases. The atmosphere becomes heavy, solemn, and still. They use their trunks to gently touch the skull, caressing every bleached bone to mourn the departed. If spotted hyenas are the brutal queens of the savannah, then brown hyenas are the quiet eccentrics. The society of the brown hyena is incredibly peaceful. There are no massacres among siblings, no vicious bullying. They still have an alpha female at the helm holding primary breeding rights. But if a subordinate female happens to conceive, she allows that offspring to live. A tolerance rarely seen in the hyena world. To avoid the tragedy of inbreeding, clan females seek out nomadic males, wandering drifters belonging to no clan. After a brief encounter, the father departs. This creates an interesting paradox. The males toiling daily to feed the cubs in the den are in fact not the biological fathers of the young. They are devoted uncles. Spotted hyenas typically raise only their own, but brown hyenas join forces to raise the young. Upon returning from foraging, all members, male or female, bring food back to the den. This collective effort boosts the cub survival rate in this harsh environment to record levels. Brown hyenas are typically solitary foragers. Their menu consists of scraps, small carrion, beetles, and wild fruit. A single lizard cannot be shared among 5 mouths. Going alone is the most efficient economic calculation. But when the sun rises, they return to the den to sleep together. Bonds are reinforced through the ritual of neck biting. 2 stand parallel, biting gently into the thick skin of the opponent's nape and shaking their heads. Whoever whines and lowers their body first is the loser. It is non-violent. Brown hyenas are nature's endearing eccentrics. No noise, no brutality. They live the solitary lives of diligent scavengers, yet possess a warm heart and absolute responsibility toward the future generation. On the savannah, strength is not measured solely by muscle mass, but sometimes by ingenuity. The weaver bird is one such creature. They are master engineers with iridescent golden plumage, facing the most brutal mate selection pressure in the animal kingdom. Here, the dating rule is simple and ruthless. No house, no wife. During the breeding season, males don a brilliant yellow tuxedo paired with a mysterious black mask. They commence building nests from fresh green grass, soft, tough, and pliable. As it dries, it hardens like steel, transforming the nest into an impregnable fortress. The female acts as the judge, scoring the nest. She crawls inside, tugs violently at the knots, inspecting for comfort and structural integrity. If satisfied, she moves in, granting a fairy tale ending. Conversely, if unimpressed, she departs without a single word of explanation. The rejected male does not renovate. In a fit of frustration, he personally tears down his labor of love, discards it all, and flies off to gather grass to rebuild from scratch. Some unlucky romantics must build and rebuild up to 20 nests just to secure a single bride. But once successful, the male's true colors are revealed. He pursues a lifestyle of polygamy. As soon as the first wife is settled in to incubate eggs, he immediately moves to the adjacent branch, constructing a second, then a third nest to woo other ladies. A successful male is a tycoon owning an entire apartment complex with 4 to 5 wives simultaneously. The nest also serves as the sole shield protecting the chicks from the Grim Reaper. The entrance is not located at the top, but is a narrow tube pointing downward. Tree snakes like the boomslang find this design a nightmare. To gain entry, the snake must slither down a thin, dangling thread, then rear its head upwards against gravity to enter the tube. A physical challenge that forces most predators to admit defeat. The weaver bird is also a master of the tactic, borrowing the tiger's might. They often hang nests on branches overhanging the water, where crocodiles wait for anyone to fall. Or even more audaciously, they build right next to wasp nests. The birds do not fear the wasps, but the egg thieves are terrified of them. Yet on the savannah, few mothers are noble to the point of brutality like the praying mantis. The mantis love story is nature's most famous horror movie script. Every male knows that a date with a female is synonymous with signing a death sentence. They are willing to let the female cannibalize them even during the act of copulation. This is the ultimate sacrifice for the lineage. The male's head contains a massive amount of protein. Consuming the partner allows the female to load up on sufficient energy to produce eggs. Females that perform this behavior lay significantly more and healthier eggs. After the feast, the female creates an ootheca, a foam block that hardens like cement, acting as a nuclear bunker. It protects hundreds of lives inside from the scorching heat of the savannah, awaiting the first rains to revive. The name praying mantis derives from the posture of the forelegs, folded as if in prayer. In reality, it is an ambush posture. The forelegs are perfect biological weapons, raptorial legs. They function like 2 spring-loaded switchblades lined with razor-sharp spikes. The mantis does not chase prey. They transform themselves into stone statues. When prey enters range, the strike occurs in 1/10 of a blink of an eye, 10 times faster than human reflexes. The victim, be it a fly, cricket, or butterfly, is clamped tight before it even realizes what has happened. The mantis possesses senses that militaries covet. They are the only insects with stereo vision, 3D stereoscopic sight. 2 large compound eyes allow them to calculate the distance to prey with absolute precision. Even more terrifying, they possess the most flexible neck in the insect world. The mantis can rotate its head 180 degrees. They can look over their shoulders to detect enemies sneaking up from behind without moving their bodies. On the savannah, camouflage is survival. The stick mantis transforms itself into a dry twig. The leaf mantis incarnates as a withered leaf. They blend seamlessly into the environment, deceiving both prey and predator. But their ambition does not stop at insects. Mantises are assassins, punching above their weight class. Footage has captured mantises hunting sunbirds, lizards, frogs, and even baby snakes. The praying mantis proves that size is not the measure of terror. 3D eyes, a pair of daggers, the power of invisibility, and a ruthlessness willing to sacrifice life for the lineage. They are the perfect, tiny monsters of the savannah. On the savannah, claws and muscle are often the measure of power, but physical strength is finite, intellect is infinite. Nature empowers the master strategists, those who survive not by instinct, but by intellect. They weaponize their brains, transforming branches into tools, calls into language, and unity into deep political machinations. The fork-tailed drongo understands this implicitly. In the world of the savannah, they use their brains to manipulate others. The fork-tailed drongo possesses a fearsome social intelligence. They frequently emit false alarm calls, sending small predators like meerkats into a panic, causing them to abandon their lunch and dash into their burrows. The fork-tailed drongo simply swoops down, claims the spoils, and feasts. Scientists estimate that 23% of their daily intake comes from these brazen robberies fueled by deceit. The fork-tailed drongo is a genius of vocal mimicry. They can speak fluently in over 50 different animal languages. If the drongo's specific alarm call loses its effect, they immediately switch tactics. It mimics the exact panic call of the meerkat itself, deluding the predator into thinking a comrade is in danger, forcing them to abort the hunt. The fork-tailed drongo does not always lie. For the most part, they are honest sentries. From high above, they genuinely warn of the approach of eagles or cobras. Precisely because they frequently save meerkat lives, the meerkats are compelled to trust them. Drongo intelligence is further demonstrated by how they exploit disaster. When wildfires sweep across the savannah, while other species flee, they fly towards the flames. They perch right on the fire's edge, waiting for grasshoppers and mantises to fly out of the burning grass in a panic. It is a free barbecue buffet. Tiny, yet the fork-tailed drongo possesses a reckless bravery. When defending their nests, they activate mobbing behavior. They are willing to peck at the heads of martial eagles or owls 20 times their size. They even commit aerial piracy, stealing prey from the talons of other falcons in mid-air. But when speaking of intelligence, few species can surpass the chimpanzee. At Fongoli, a scorching and unforgiving savannah, the pressures of survival have pushed them into an evolutionary leap. While rainforest chimpanzees use bare hands and muscle power to tear apart red colobus monkeys, the savannah chimpanzee chooses technology. They are the only animals on Earth known to craft lethal weapons. The technical process is executed meticulously. Break a live branch, strip the leaves, and most importantly, use teeth to sharpen one end. Their target is bush babies, small primates sleeping deep within tree hollows, Instead of reaching in and risking a bite, the chimpanzee uses the spear to stab repeatedly into the darkness. A technical assassination, not a brawl. Even more astonishing, this is a feminist revolution. This skill is primarily pioneered and practiced by females and juveniles. When muscle strength is insufficient, intellect and tools take the throne. Temperatures on the savannah can bake up to 45 degrees Celsius. Forest chimpanzees would perish in this environment. But savanna chimpanzees have learned to utilize natural air conditioning. They are the only population known to exhibit cave-dwelling behavior. During the scorching midday hours, they retreat into cool caves to sleep and socialize. This behavior directly echoes our own ancestors millions of years ago. Furthermore, they possess the ability to plan. They proactively move toward the caves before the sun reaches its zenith. That is a clear cognizance of time and space. The myth that primates fear water has been shattered here. To combat the heat, savanna chimpanzees frequently organize soaking parties. They sit in the water for hours, playing and relaxing. But when the water recedes, they transform into hydraulic engineers. Like the desert elephant, they use hands or sticks to dig sand pits in dry riverbeds. They understand the principle of water filtration, avoiding dirty surface water to drink clean water seeping through the sand from below. The harsh pressure of the savannah forces them to unite in a distinct way. In the rainforest, males usually selfishly hoard the meat they hunt. On the savannah, sharing reigns supreme. Males are willing to share meat and hard nuts with females. And because females hold the spear hunting technology, their social status is elevated. They are more respected and less subject to bullying. Adversity has birthed a primitive gender equality. Intellect also aids scavengers weighing a mere 2 kilograms, like the Egyptian vulture, in surviving the harsh savannah. They are the only birds known to use stones to unlock nutritional treasures and use waste to enhance their beauty. Their target, massive ostrich eggs. The ostrich egg is a nutritional fortress. Equivalent to 24 chicken eggs, its thick, porcelain-hard shell leaves most predators helpless. The Egyptian vulture's beak is too weak to peck it open. Their bodies are too small to carry the egg aloft and drop it. Instead, they seek out a rounded pebble weighing between 50 and 500 grams. Clamping the stone firmly in their beak, they execute a powerful downward neck swing, hurling the stone directly at the eggshell. If the egg does not break, they patiently pick it up and throw it again, dozens of times with patience until the shell cracks, revealing the rich yolk inside. This is the culture of the Egyptian vulture. Chicks must observe their parents or peers to learn this technique. They must learn to select a stone that fits their beak, yet is heavy enough to cause damage. They are true physics engineers. But genius often comes with eccentricity. The Egyptian vulture has a dietary preference that makes many shudder: feces. They are particularly obsessed with the dung of ungulates like antelope, cattle, and even humans. This is the phenomenon of cosmetic coprophagia. Herbivore dung contains abundant carotenoid pigments, orange-yellow coloring agents, and residual lutein. The vulture's body absorbs these pigments to dye its bare face yellow. In the eyes of this bird, the brighter yellow the face, the better the forager. A yellow face is a guarantee of health and good genes. It becomes absolutely attractive to a mate, a bizarre yet biologically effective beauty strategy. The intellect and utility of the Egyptian vulture conquered the greatest ancient civilization. The Egyptians worshipped them as the embodiment of the goddess Nekhbet, protector of the pharaohs. Their image is the letter A in hieroglyphics. Known as Pharaoh's chicken, they were strictly protected in royal tombs. Killing a vulture back then was a capital crime. But today, that guardian deity stands on the brink of extinction. Their digestive system is a chemical reactor with powerful stomach acid capable of destroying even anthrax or botulinum bacteria. Yet they are helpless against modern chemicals. The veterinary drug diclofenac used for livestock or poison baits used by farmers to kill predators are killing vultures en masse. The creature that can consume deadly bacteria succumbs to a simple painkiller. The vervet monkey is also an indispensable piece in the savannah's mosaic of intelligence. Their intelligence is vividly demonstrated through semantic alarm calls. They possess a distinct vocabulary, specific calls to warn of the presence of particular predators. But intelligence always walks hand in hand with cunning. Vervets know how to use tactical deception. During territorial disputes, when one side is losing ground, a crafty monkey will sometimes scream an alarm warning of a cheetah's arrival. Both sides, in fear, scramble up trees to hide. The battle ceases. The losing side escapes disaster thanks to a divine lie. Vervet society is obsessed with infants. The moment a baby is born, the phenomenon of alloparenting is activated. Females in the troop, especially spinster aunts, will clamor to hold, groom, and cuddle the baby. But this is also a marketplace of power. If the mother is high-ranking, aunts wishing to hold the baby must come to curry favor and groom the mother first. The infant becomes a ticket to cement diplomatic relations. At campsites in Kruger, vervets are urban bandits. They understand human technology even better than chimpanzees. They know the rustle of a plastic bag means food. They know how to open tent zippers, lift trash can lids, and unscrew water bottle caps. They organize planned heists like a Hollywood movie. Group 1 jumps around noisily in the front to create a diversion. Group 2 quietly infiltrates from the rear to steal bread. And they have a very party animal palate. Due to a habit of eating fermented fruit, vervets have a fondness for alcohol. It is not rare to see these monkeys sneaking into bars, stealing sips of tourist cocktails, and getting drunk right on the banquet table. The vervet monkey is proof that size isn't everything. They survive amidst lions and leopards not through strength. They survive by inventing language through solidarity and sometimes thanks to the skills of a professional thieving gang. Bidding farewell to the scorching grasslands of the savannah, we venture out to the frigid waters off the coast of South Africa. Here, a royal coup d'etat is underway. The great white shark, nature's perfect killing machine, has been deposed. The usurper is none other than the orca. In South Africa, the legend of two orcas named Port and Starboard has sent shockwaves through the global scientific community. They hunt 5-meter sharks solely to consume a single organ, the liver. The remainder of the carcass is discarded intact. Orcas understand biology better than even humans do. The shark's liver accounts for 25% of its body weight and is rich in squalene. This is a bio-oil of extreme energy density. To the orca, shark meat is tough and the skin like sandpaper, but the liver is a rich stick of energy butter. To take down the ocean's apex predator, orcas coordinate to ram and flip the shark's belly toward the surface. Once inverted, the shark enters a state of tonic immobility. It becomes completely paralyzed. At this moment, the orca skillfully uses its teeth to make a precise incision in the pectoral zone between the fins. Utilizing the vacuum suction of the water, they extract the entire liver, clean and precise, like a sophisticated surgical procedure. Orca intelligence is so profound, it creates an ecological effect known as the landscape of fear. The waters of Gansby were once the capital of great whites. But after just a few visits by the duo Port and Starboard, the entire great white population vanished. The fear was so great that great whites, top-tier predators, fled the area for months, even years. Orcas do not act on innate instinct, they act based on culture. The behavior of surgical liver extraction is not naturally occurring. The pair Port and Starboard have taught this skill to their kin. Scientists have observed other orcas beginning to mimic this technique. A school of assassins is forming beneath the waves. The orca is the most resounding proof that size and razor-sharp teeth are rendered meaningless before the power of intellect and team coordination. Whether on the savannah or beneath the ocean, the ultimate victor is always the most intelligent. More massive and magnificent than anything else lies the infinite voyage, where with every passing second, millions of lives are racing against time. Every second, millions of living beings are engaged in a frantic, relentless march. Only the swift, the strong, and the fortunate will endure. This is a nature documentary about predator of migration, the most dangerous gauntlet of survival. Migration is no walk in the park. It is a biological contract signed with toil and sacrifice. Millions of years of evolution have encoded into the deoxyribonucleic acid of these species a mandatory command: keep moving or lose your place in this world. Within the realm of physical laws, this represents the most massive redistribution of energy on the planet. Each step the herd takes is a high-stakes gamble of energy trade-offs. Yet, as millions of living muscles converge on a single point, they unintentionally create a massive banquet. An invitation that those who follow the trail simply cannot turn a blind eye to. Amidst the symphony of pounding hooves, the final transition makes its presence known with great finesse. And on the edge of the Serengeti Plains, a certain presence is ready to transform this grand pilgrimage into a visceral, high-intensity pursuit. The Serengeti Plains are not for dreamers. Here, life is measured in the blink of an eye, and the final curtain is always waiting at the end of a single leap. A mother cheetah. She does not possess the rippling muscles of a lion or the raw intensity of a hyena. Her weapon is the elegance of biological engineering. To reach a velocity of 110 kilometers per hour, this cheetah's body serves as a perfect cooling and power assist system. A flexible spine acts like a spring, allowing for a stride that spans as far as 7 meters. Non-retractable claws serve as the cleats of a track athlete, gripping firmly into the scorching African soil. Today's objective is a gazelle. This chase is a game where the mother cheetah is playing for keeps. If she falls short, she will have squandered a massive amount of calories, and her cubs might face the onset of severe exhaustion. The struggle reaches its conclusion. The mother cheetah requires 20 minutes to catch her breath before she can bring a meal back to her young ones. But in this world, 20 minutes is more than enough time for scavengers to catch wind of the harvest. The mother cheetah's hunt is merely a single note in the grand symphony of survival known as the Great Migration. Over 1,500,000 wildebeests, 200,000 zebras, and thousands of gazelles are engaged in a massive exodus. As the rains depart from the Serengeti, the arrival of the parched season begins to tighten on the plains. The herds must journey 800 kilometers to find the lush green pastures of the Masai Mara. However, this trek is like a roll of the dice, where the stakes are their very survival. This year, the migration route has changed significantly. The unpredictability of the weather has left traditional paths dry as a bone, forcing the herds into narrow corridors where others are waiting with flawless strategies. They are not merely facing extreme fatigue, they are heading straight into the heart of the final threshold. Welcome to the ultimate proving ground of the Great Migration, the Mara River. For the wildebeest herd, this water represents hope. Yet beneath the surface lie armored machines, the Nile crocodile. These creatures have no need for further evolution, as they reached their peak millions of years ago. A palatal valve at the base of the throat allows them to open their mouths underwater to grasp their meal, without inhaling water into their lungs. Their hearts possess a small opening called the foramen of Panizza, which helps direct oxygen-rich blood to the most vital organs during a long period of lying in wait. An adult Nile crocodile can go without eating for an entire year. But when the migratory feast arrives, they become the most voracious diners. With a bite force reaching 22,000 newtons, equivalent to the pressure of a small truck pressing down on a single square inch, no shell or bone presents a challenge. This bushbuck is perhaps the luckiest individual today. But for the thousands of gazelles preparing to brave the river, luck is a luxury. Gazelles are the smallest members of this massive migratory group, and most of them were already satisfied with the distance covered before reaching the Mara River. Yet there are still those who harbor ambitions for nature's precious rewards. But there is one thing they do not realize. Here, the river flows with desperation. Making it through the murky waters of the Mara River does not mean you have secured the ultimate prize. In truth, it is merely a transition from the cold storage of the Nile crocodile to the open larder of the lion. Here, the male lions, majestic rulers weighing nearly 230 kilograms, are lying in wait. We are typically accustomed to the females handling the provider role, but at the river crossings during migration season, these gentlemen are ready to set aside tradition to perform powerful maneuvers. The sheer exhaustion of the wildebeest herd after struggling against the swift current has already completed 90% of the work for them. Biological data from the year 2025 indicates that cortisol levels, the stress hormone, within the blood of the wildebeests at this moment are 10 times higher than normal. This causes their reflexes to slow down, turning them into stationary figures in the eyes of an apex seeker. If the lion represents explosive power, then the hyena is the symbol of unrelenting endurance. A clan of hyenas can maintain a velocity of 60 kilometers per hour over a long distance, forcing their target into a state of total physical depletion. The tactical coordination of hyenas is equivalent to, or even surpasses, that of certain primates. When a young wildebeest becomes the center of their focus, its chances of continuing its journey drop to nearly zero. And here is where the science becomes truly remarkable: the stomach of the hyena. With extremely high concentrations of hydrochloric acid, their digestive system is a genuine chemical reactor. From the hide and hair to the sturdiest bones of the wildebeest, everything is completely broken down. After a pursuit is finished, there is almost no trace remaining on the ground. Hyenas make full use of every protein source to sustain a matriarchal empire, where the most powerful females always get the lion's share. The Great Migration at the Serengeti persists as an infinite loop of existence and the final transition. The pilgrims continue their stride because to halt means to fade completely into the food chain of this uncompromising landscape. Leaving behind the dust and the lightning-fast encounters of the Serengeti plains, where existence is measured in seconds, we move toward the Arctic to face a challenge on a completely different scale. A marathon stretching 5,000 kilometers across frozen expanses, where endurance is the sole measure of the chance to thrive. The journey of the caribou is a race against hunger and the freezing elements. Every footfall of these more than 500,000 individuals involves a rigorous calculation of calories. They must reach the Arctic to take advantage of the fleeting summer, where the delicate vegetation is the only source of life to raise the next generation. However, this trek is not just a test of the terrain. It is a path lined with the world's most patient seekers. In the forests of Quebec, the inevitable end follows closely behind. Grey wolves are masters of exhaustion tactics. They simply need to outlast their counterparts. At the river crossings in the Arctic, the intensity reaches a peak. Solitary Arctic wolves know full well that this is when their counterparts are at their most vulnerable. Although science calls it harsh natural selection, from the perspective of a stray caribou, it is an unforgiving reality. The wolf does not require an all-out battle. It only needs a precise grip on the hamstring to turn its counterpart's marathon into its final resting place. As the caribou herd moves deeper into the mountains, they encounter an entity of pure power, the grizzly bear. This is not an endurance seeker like the wolf, but rather an opportunistic force of nature. For a mother bear with 3 mouths to feed, the caribou migration season is a season of abundance that she cannot afford to miss. The encounter at this river bend lacks finesse. An adult caribou can weigh as much as 180 kilograms, yet the 10-centimeter claws of a mother with young are a presence that commands respect. A grizzly can consume a massive amount of calories from such a sizable harvest to build a fat layer 15 centimeters thick before entering a prolonged winter sleep. However, the rules of this race are being rewritten by an invisible yet stern hand: climate change. For the first time in documented history, scientists have captured striking footage of the polar bear, the icon of the frozen world, actively pursuing adult caribou on land. As sea ice melts ahead of schedule, preventing traditional seal foraging, these white bears are forced to adapt or face a profound lack of sustenance. Pursuing an agile creature like the caribou requires significantly more energy than waiting by a seal's breathing hole, But the planet's grandest hunter is between a rock and a hard place. This intersection does not stop at the pursuit. Today, we are witnessing the emergence of the growler bear, a rare hybrid between the grizzly and the polar bear. This is the clearest evidence that biological boundaries are being redrawn. As the environment shifts, caribou now find themselves encountering white phantoms and powerful hybrids. Their marathon is no longer merely a search for green pastures, but a focused effort to avoid vanishing before the new, formidable seekers rising from a warming world. As the final caribou move past the wolves on land, at a different latitude, tiny new lives have just entered the world only to face an uneven struggle. Sea turtles represent an exceptionally high-stakes investment. A mother turtle can lay hundreds of eggs, but their future has already been set by an uncompromising statistic: 1 in 1,000. A pure race for survival. But let's return to the time when the mother turtle worked tirelessly to bring them into the world on the beautiful beaches of Costa Rica. Kong Ko Noi Dung. After mating amidst the swift ocean currents, hundreds of thousands of mothers begin a solitary journey spanning more than 3,000 kilometers to return to the place where they were born. Throughout 3 weeks of drifting, a quiet biological miracle takes place. Inside the mother turtle's body, 100 precious eggs encased in durable, flexible shells are gradually reaching completion. However, to reach the nursery, many observers are still lingering nearby. Beneath the blue waters of Costa Rica, a 5-meter tiger shark does not require the speed of a cheetah. It possesses patience and a set of jaws engineered to dismantle nature's sturdiest armor. Unlike other sharks with sharp teeth for shredding, the tiger shark's teeth have a unique serrated structure. Referred to as the refuse collector of the ocean, this shark has an unlimited menu, yet sea turtles remain a highly favored main course. They function like handheld power saws, capable of slicing through a turtle shell as thick and hard as stone. Tiger sharks tend to gather in sea turtle migratory corridors with higher density due to changes in warm ocean currents. A precarious contest between passive protection and active measures of engagement. But the mother has prevailed. She will carry her precious gems onto the shore. When sea turtles imagine the sandy shore is a secure haven to continue their lineage, they have made a fateful oversight. In the coastal regions of South America, particularly Brazil, the laws of the jungle have expanded into the realm of the ocean. The mother turtle comes ashore to deposit hundreds of her precious eggs, and she is nearly ready to return to the sea. However, the shoreline seekers do not permit it. The jaguar is the only member of the feline family that considers reptiles an essential part of its daily nourishment. In the South American wetlands, such as the Pantanal, their preferred choice is the caiman. But on the beaches of Central America, the menu has undergone a shift. How do they pursue the sea turtle, a creature that always carries its mobile home? The answer lies in the force of their bite. Jaguars possess the most powerful bite among the big cats when measured relative to body size. The power of this feline is twice the biting force of a lion. While other creatures are left without options against the sturdy turtle shell, the jaguar simply employs its teeth like a hydraulic press. As traditional forest sources of nourishment decline, individual jaguars in this region have become genuine specialists in turtle pursuit. They know precisely when the tide rises and when the turtles are at their most exhausted after finishing the placement of 100 eggs. For the turtle, this is a tragedy of fatigue. After traversing thousands of miles of ocean and navigating past the presence of sharks, she finds the conclusion of her journey beneath the talons of a seeker from the jungle. Yet within the Central American ecosystem, existence always harbors astonishing paradoxes. The dominance of the jaguar creates a buffer zone of apprehension. When the silent paw prints of this large feline are imprinted on the sand, professional egg-takers like raccoons, coatis, or vultures, those capable of undoing countless nests in a single night, must remain hidden in the shadows. A single mother turtle may reach her end under the claws of the jaguar, but in exchange, this presence is a blessing in disguise, as thousands of other nests are kept safe from the interference of smaller seekers. A perfect equilibrium that nature has meticulously established. As the first light of dawn touches the shores of Costa Rica, the final mother turtles slowly return to the ocean, leaving behind millions of seeds of life hidden beneath the sand heated to 28 to 32 degrees Celsius, the temperature that determines the gender of the next generation of turtles. The moment these tiny souls take their first breath of the salty air, a silent presence is already waiting. The magnificent frigate birds are true pirates of the air. With a wingspan extending over 2 meters, yet possessing feathers that lack proper waterproofing, they cannot land on the ocean to forage for fish like other seabirds. These birds are capable of continuous flight for weeks due to their ultra-light hollow bone structure and the ability to rest while airborne. To a magnificent frigate bird, these little hatchlings are protein-rich morsels encased in a soft exterior. The most fortunate hatchlings that make it past the aerial seekers and navigate through the persistent waves crashing against the shore will enter a completely new arena. They will refine themselves through various ocean regions, solitary and transforming with each passing day. Once they reach full maturity, they will return to the very place they were born to continue writing the most captivating stories of endurance. Moving away from the South American beaches, we return to Africa, but not to gaze upon the spectacle of the Great Migration, rather to uncover a secret migratory route of the zebra. While the whole world is captivated by the grand migration in the Serengeti in Botswana, a greater secret has quietly existed for centuries. It was not until the year 2012, thanks to modern global positioning system technology, that we realized with astonishment the zebra migration from the Chobe River to Naxai-Pan National Park is actually the longest overland trek of any mammal in Africa. More than 500 kilometers in a straight line and up to 1,000 kilometers for an intense round trip. Why do they choose this path? The answer lies within the vast salt pans of Naxai-Pan. There, following the rains, the grass is more than just sustenance. It serves as precious mineral supplements, something the zebra herd cannot find anywhere else. Yet, there is a poignant historical truth that we must revisit. For many decades, man-made fences designed to prevent livestock ailments blocked this route. Once the barriers were removed, ancient instincts surged back with such incredible power, proving that nature truly stands its ground. These zebras were never taught this path by their parents, yet their genetic code guided them back to the promised land. Nature may be interrupted, but it can never be entirely erased. Nevertheless, this journey back to their origins also serves as an invitation for the master seekers of the savannah. The most formidable counterpart for the zebra on this trek is the lioness. If the male lion is the symbol of raw power, then the females are the architects of the quiet approach. They understand that an adult zebra weighing 300 kilograms possesses kicks capable of fracturing the jaw of any seeker. Therefore, recklessness is an inefficient strategy. Observation, stealth, and decisive engagement. Everything is performed flawlessly and with purpose. The lioness chooses the method of breath restriction. By locking her jaws onto the windpipe of the counterpart, she interrupts the oxygen flow to the brain, transitioning a once vibrant creature into a still presence in just moments. This is a wise choice for both energy conservation and safety. It ensures the counterpart cannot struggle and inflict harm on the one pursuing it. In the world of the lion, the parental bond of the other is seen merely as an unnecessary expenditure of energy. The lioness will not hesitate to overcome the female, leaving the young one isolated on the savannah, another accessible meal that will soon be addressed. But the time has come for the migration to the salt pans to make its return journey. The evergreen forests near the banks of the Chobe River are the zebra's home, and they belong to the leopard as well. If the lioness relies on collective strength, the leopard is a solitary phantom with an entirely different philosophy for its pursuits. It never engages in encounters where it is not certain of a successful outcome. An adult zebra may be too substantial for a leopard weighing 60 kilograms, yet this feline is a master of selecting a target of the appropriate scale. The leopard will wait patiently for hours. This might be a juvenile or an adult carrying an ailment within. The leopard is an invisible presence. After securing its harvest, the leopard must face its greatest challenge, safeguarding its gains from those seeking an easy meal. The leopard's intellect allows it to memorize secure locations in trees along the migratory corridor, creating a network of secret supply stations. The 1,000-kilometer journey concludes in silence. The zebras that have moved past the focus of the lioness and the stealth of the leopard are now being rewarded with the most abundant nourishment on the planet. Yet this tranquility is only temporary. To thrive, one must remain in constant motion, and to mature, one must be prepared to face the final threshold every day. The zebra migration in Botswana is a symbol of the enduring persistence of life. As the zebra herd finds sanctuary in the Nansai Pan salt flats on the other side of the planet, a poignant journey of self-sacrifice is beginning within the rivers of Alaska. In this region, the salmon species accepts the expenditure of their final 4,000 calories to transform their conclusion into a massive source of vitality for an entire ancient forest. For the salmon, migration is not a journey in search of life, but a biological legacy written through their own undoing. These fish are undertaking one of nature's most extraordinary treks, swimming upstream to return to their place of birth, solely to complete a final mission of continuing their lineage before reaching their journey's end there. Upon departing the salty waters of the ocean to enter the freshwater rivers of Alaska, the salmon's body begins an intense process of transformation. They cease nourishing themselves entirely. The digestive system breaks down to make room for swelling deposits of eggs and milt. To overcome thousands of kilometers upstream, they burn through 4,000 calories of reserves, equivalent to a marathon athlete running continuously while running on empty for several weeks. From a scientific standpoint, they are effectively moving remnants of their former selves. The salmon's body begins to deteriorate even as they continue to swim. Skin peels away and internal organs fail, yet instinctive will continues to propel them forward. This is a collective journey of sacrifice on the largest scale on the planet, creating a massive resource that draws the most formidable seekers of the North. At choke points like these waterfalls, grizzly bears are the uncrowned kings. An adult grizzly bear can consume up to 40 kilograms of fish daily, yet they are far from indiscriminate. In the peak season, grizzly bears employ a strategy that biologists call high grading, premium selection. Rather than consuming the entire fish, they only strip away the skin, subcutaneous fat, and the brain, the most energy-dense portions to quickly accumulate fat for the lengthy winter slumber. These bears are not merely standing there by chance. There is a rigorous social hierarchy within this arena. The largest alpha males will claim the most lucrative spots right at the crest of the waterfall, where fish often leap directly into their reach. Younger bears or mothers raising cubs must accept positions further downstream, gathering what remains or braving the odds in the competition for a prize. A single swipe from a grizzly bear's claws can instantly subdue an opponent, yet in this salmon fever, the hunger for energy often surpasses any sense of unease. Each year, millions of salmon remains are carried deep into the forest by bears, wolves, and eagles. What remains from their meals is never squandered. As the fish remains break down, they release a massive amount of nitrogen and phosphorus originating from the ocean into the terrestrial ecosystem. Recent scientific studies have provided an astonishing figure. Salmon remains provide as much as 25% of the nitrogen necessary for the growth of the towering trees around the migratory zone. The spruce and ancient pines are able to reach great heights thanks to the sacrifice of these crimson pilgrims. The river becomes a perfect system of energy circulation where everything has come full circle, as the conclusion of one species' journey becomes the source of vitality for thousands of others, from tiny microorganisms to 100-year-old giants. The salmon run is more than just a migratory event. It is the beating heart, pumping the blood of nourishment from the deep ocean into the very lungs of the continent. As the final salmon takes its last breath, its trek reaches its destination, but the vitality it leaves behind will endure forever within every grain of the ancient Alaskan timber. The salmon's trek is a solitary effort against cold, rushing currents. In contrast, in the waters of South Africa, nature orchestrates a massive biomass banquet known as the Sardine Run, where billions of sardines form dense silver spheres, drawing every ocean seeker from dolphins to sharks into a high-intensity vortex of pursuit. Sardines do not migrate in search of sustenance. They move because of an irresistible genetic command. Yet in the ocean world, gathering in such high density is much like an elaborate invitation sent to the most formidable seekers. This is no longer a standard migration, it is a massive silver mechanism moving itself into a prearranged, fateful trap. Biologically, the only strategy of the sardine is safety in numbers. They rely on the dilution effect, hoping that within a crowd of billions they will not be the individual chosen. However, when facing calculated predatory minds, this unity becomes a critical vulnerability. The banquet commences with the resonance of ultrasonic clicks. The common dolphin is more than just a skilled swimmer. They are the military strategists of the ocean. Utilizing sound waves to scan and locate, they begin to fragment the massive sardine cluster into smaller, more manageable units. The trademark maneuver of the dolphin is the creation of bait balls. By releasing air bubbles and circling at high velocity, they herd tens of thousands of sardines into a dense vortex, compelling them to move closer to the water's surface. Here, the sardines find themselves confined between the dolphin's wall of bubbles below and the air above. This is a form of psychological strain for these fish. In a state of profound distress, the sardines pull their formation even tighter, unintentionally assisting those pursuing them in securing a meal with very little exertion. The common dolphins perform swift captures, yet they remain very patient. They are herding this bait ball for more intense guests, soon to arrive from the shadows of the deep water. Once the bait ball is secured, the owner of the ocean's most sophisticated biological weapon will make its appearance. The thresher shark, this is not your typical style of foraging with traditional jaws. Its tail is a masterpiece of evolution, functioning like a leather whip with immense power. Fluid dynamics studies show that the thresher shark can whip its tail at a speed of over 130 kilometers per hour. This motion is so powerful that it creates low-pressure bubbles, generating a shockwave sufficient to stun or bring to a conclusion the lives of dozens of sardines in a single swing. It is like using a scythe to sweep across a field of ripened grain. After each tail whip, the thresher shark leisurely returns to gather the remains drifting through the water. A display of artistry in its most intense form. It has no need to chase individual targets. It transforms an entire area into a terminal zone through pure muscular force, proving it is a cut above its peers. But all the calculations of the common dolphin or the power of the thresher shark pale in comparison to the one who brings the banquet to its close. From beneath the deep layers, a massive phantom is watching. The bride's wail. It waits for the moment when the bait ball reaches its peak density, then unleashes a lunge feeding, the decisive strike. With throat pleats that can expand like an accordion, this whale can swallow tons of water and tens of thousands of sardines in a single moment. In that instant, thousands of lives vanish in a mere blink of an eye. This is the absolute conclusion. Every defensive effort and every adaptation of the sardine becomes insignificant before the scale of this Titan-class seeker. The strike of the bride's whale does more than just consume its meal. It shatters the structure of the bait ball, leaving what remains scattered in every direction. The lavish banquet that lasted for hours concludes in just a few short seconds through the intervention of an ocean deity. As the silhouette of the bride's whale vanishes into the heart of the ocean, the chaos fades away along with it. The only thing that remains is millions of silver scales drifting down to the deep sea floor, a silent testament to the dramatic transition that just took place. The remaining sardines will quickly reform their ranks, continuing their northward migratory journey as if nothing had ever happened. Nature possesses a ruthlessly short-term memory. Tranquility returns to the surface of the South African Sea, concealing the truth that just moments before, this was the most intense arena on the planet. The seekers disperse, beginning a new search. The migration persists, an endless flow of existence and its conclusion, where the powerful take what they require and the vulnerable offer their own presence to keep the ecological wheel turning. Leaving behind the chaotic banquets of the warm currents, we move toward the edge of the world, Antarctica, a frozen wilderness where there is no room for error. This is where orcas demonstrate an intellectual pursuit far beyond simple instinct to reach their objectives on the drifting ice. Antarctica offers no second chances for even the slightest oversight. For penguins, every step across the fragile ice is a move toward the ultimate threshold of existence. As the brief summer arrives, millions of individuals from the Adelie, Gentoo, and king penguin species begin their pilgrimage toward the shore to sustain their lineage. They must traverse dozens of kilometers of frozen terrain, but the true challenge does not lie within the sub-zero temperatures. The adversary lies in wait just beneath the ledge, where the border between secure ground and the unforgiving ocean becomes thinner than ever. In this vast white world, crimson is the rarest of colors and the only one that signals the conclusion of a journey. On land, penguins appear somewhat uncoordinated, but in South Georgia, that lack of grace can carry a heavy price. The South American sea lion is another persistent presence that lies in wait along these migratory corridors. Unlike the leopard seal, which prefers to wait beneath the surface, the sea lion utilizes its physical advantage directly on the shore. It selects king penguins that have reached a state of depletion after many days navigating the open sea. The encounter unfolds slowly, yet carries a high degree of intensity. The sea lion has no need for absolute velocity. It employs its massive presence to block the path and guide its target into the narrow spaces among the rocks. For the king penguin, this shoreline was meant to be a sanctuary, but now it has become a final arena where options for escape are vanishing. Leopard seal. Biologists refer to it as the predator with a smile that signals a final journey. Reaching lengths of up to 4 meters and weighing more than half a ton, it is the most imposing presence for any penguin. The leopard seal does not waste energy chasing after its prize across the vast ocean. It is a master of patience, effectively playing the long game. It lies in wait, right beneath the edge of the ice, where penguins must leap in to forage or dash out to return to their nests. The skull structure of the leopard seal bears a resemblance to prehistoric reptiles, allowing it to perform captures with tremendous force. When an unfortunate Adelie penguin enters its sights, the encounter concludes before the creature can even realize the presence of its adversary. But the leopard seal is not merely a basic mechanism of the wild. Recent studies reveal that they possess the ability to learn and accurately recall the migratory schedules of the penguins. They know exactly when the young ones will practice their swimming and when the alertness of the adults is at its lowest point. It is a seamless adaptation to transform the migration of others into their own bountiful buffet. If the leopard seal represents individual intensity, then the orca or killer whale embodies the most relentless collective intelligence in the ocean. They don't just find food, they demonstrate high-level maneuvers, proving they are at the top of their game. These sea wolves have refined a strategy that the scientific community refers to as wave washing, the creation of artificial swells. By swimming in close coordination and striking their tails in unison, they generate a massive wave strong enough to sweep penguins off the ice floe. This is far from pure instinct. It is knowledge that is passed down through the generations, becoming part of their DNA. Each orca pod in Antarctica maintains its own distinct hunting culture. The most recent global positioning system data reveals that orcas are shifting their behaviors to keep pace with the rapid melting of polar ice. They take advantage of small fissures between the ice to funnel their targets into a strategic enclosure. When a penguin enters the water, it encounters not just a single seeker, but an organized unit where every escape route is sealed down to a T. The challenge does not only arise from the ocean. Right in the heart of the colony, a hidden adversary is always present. The skua, the pirate bird of the polar region. They are first-rate opportunists. The skua does not need to engage in high-stakes struggles with the adults. It focuses on the future of the entire group, the eggs and the young chicks. With incredible patience, the skua keeps an eye out for every tiny movement within the colony. With just a second of lost focus or a mother bird reaching a bit too far, the skua will dive down with the speed of light. It secures its prize right then and there, or carries it away while the parents watch, unable to intervene. The presence of the skua transforms the penguin colony into a psychological obstacle course. The penguins must navigate two fronts, safeguarding themselves from adversaries in the water and protecting their lineage from those watching from the sky. It is a pressure for survival that never lets up. Every individual that reaches their journey's end is a lesson for those who stay, and a precious source of energy for the predator to carry on in the most challenging place on Earth. At this final boundary, life is not measured by the number of years, but by every breath, every stroke of the flipper, and every time one manages to dodge a bullet when facing a final fate. The White Symphony continues to play, relentless and cold, yet full of pride. Leaving behind those smiles that signal the end of the road from the leopard seal beneath the ice, we head to the vast steppes of Central Asia to meet a creature that looks like it stepped right out of prehistory, the Saiga antelope. This is a creature that just performed a miraculous comeback from the edge of vanishing to once again become the focus of high-stakes endurance pursuits with the grey wolf. These travelers are living legacies from the Ice Age, possessing one of the most sophisticated air filtration systems on the planet. That peculiar trunk-like nose is no mistake of evolution. It is a versatile climate control system, filtering the dust of the steppe in the summer and warming the freezing air before it enters the lungs in the winter. Just 10 years ago, this species seemed to have reached the end of the line after a mass loss of life caused by the Pasteurella multicida bacteria in 2015. But nature always holds surprises. With a miraculous recovery, the saiga population reached a record number of more than 1,300,000 individuals at the beginning of 2024. However, this population boom is not just good news for conservation efforts, it is also a signal sent across the steppe, inviting the ghosts of this land to return. In the world of the saiga, high numbers are both a shield and a focal point. On this steppe, with no place to hide, hunting strategies do not rely on surprise. Grey wolves here are the most relentless marathon athletes. Saiga can reach top speeds of up to 80 kilometers per hour, but they cannot maintain it forever. Wolves do not need to be faster. They just need to stay the course. The pursuit can last for hours, even days. The grey wolf targets those who fall behind. Males exhausted after the mating season, or females weakened by illness. Wolves use pack intelligence to press the saiga herd into muddy areas or rugged terrain, where the saiga's trunk-like nose cannot help them breathe more easily when their heart rate has gone off the charts. When exhaustion takes hold, the saiga herd's shield of numbers begins to crack. But the challenge does not only come from the ground. For those newly born lives, the steppe is an arena full of traps from above. The steppe eagle. With a wide wingspan and incredibly sharp vision, this bird of prey takes advantage of the saiga's birthing season to execute lightning-fast aerial strikes. The young saiga, although capable of running just hours after birth, are still too slow against the speed of a diving eagle. The steppe eagle does not need a long pursuit. It targets the most vulnerable, using its razor-sharp talons to conclude the hunt instantly. During the peak days of the migration season, the steppe sky is never quiet. It is a constant pressure, forcing the saiga to keep moving, never allowed to stop long enough to become a sitting duck. The return of the saiga is one of the clearest testaments to the reviving power of nature. Despite the persistent pursuit of the grey wolf and the steppe eagle, or the lingering shadows of illness, this strangely shaped creature continues to move forward. The increase in predators is actually a sign that the steppe ecosystem is regaining its balance. 1,300,000 individuals are not just numbers on paper. They are a powerful biological flow, providing life for an entire food chain from the ground to the sky. Saiga antelopes do not need powerful offensive weapons. Their weapon is their resilience and incredible ability to bounce back. The migration continues, moving past the thorns and the shadows of the past, leading the survivors of the Ice Age into a new future, where they remain the peculiar and proud guests of the green steppe. On the Kazakh steppe, a life reaching its conclusion is not a tragedy. It is part of the way the world works. One saiga falling is the price for the species to endure, and for predators to have the strength to carry on their own lineage. The intensity here is not about graphic details, but about the high stakes of natural selection. The fastest, the most enduring, and the luckiest will see the break of dawn tomorrow. The journey of the Saiga is an epic of revival, a reminder that even in the most challenging places, life always finds a way. Although the Saiga antelope possesses extraordinary dust-filtering noses for their race on land, no migratory record can compare to the 25,000-kilometer journey of the humpback whale, the giant of the ocean that chooses to forego food for 6 months to shield its young from the surrounding packs of calculating sea wolves. From the freezing polar regions where food is plentiful, they head toward the warm equator. This is no pleasure cruise, it is a 6-month fasting marathon. Throughout this trek, the adult whales barely consume a single calorie. They live entirely off the blubber reserves under their skin, drawing from their own bodies to power every stroke of their tails. For a female who is pregnant or nursing, this pressure is a heavy lift. They are swimming a path where the toll for a new life is their own physical depletion. The humpback whale calves are born in warm equatorial waters where they are safe from the chill, but lack a source of nourishment. The mother whale's mission is to bring her young back to the polar regions before her fat stores run dry. The calves need to drink up to 500 liters of milk every day to grow quickly, building a layer of fat substantial enough for life in cold waters. Scientifically, this is a high-stakes biological puzzle. The mother is transforming her own fat into milk for her calf, while she has no way to refuel. With every kilometer that passes, the mother grows more frail, while the calf remains quite small in the face of the ocean's shifts. But hunger is not the only adversary. Within the narrow migratory corridors along the continental shelf, the ocean's most calculating hunters have taken their positions. The orca are the dominant predator of the sea, while the humpback whale is a symbol of pure physical strength. The orca represents the pinnacle of collective intelligence. They lack the size to go head-to-head with a 40-ton adult whale, but they have a plan. Orca pods do not patrol at random. They have memorized and mapped out the exact migration paths of the humpback whale over centuries. They adjust their hunting routes to intercept at geographic choke points where the mother and calf are forced to run the gauntlet. This is no longer raw predatory instinct. This is tactical analysis based on real-world intelligence. The orcas are conducting a psychological and physical campaign, waiting for the moment when the mother's fatigue reaches its peak. The orca's strategy is incredibly relentless and efficient. They do not aim for an immediate outcome. The sole objective is to separate the calf from its mother's protection. The orca pod coordinates like a special forces unit. One group acts as a distraction, constantly bumping and nipping at the mother's pectoral fins to draw her attention away. The other group focuses all its energy on the calf. Even more daunting is the submerging technique. Since whales are mammals, they need to reach the surface to breathe. The orcas will take turns swimming on top of the calf's blowhole, using their weight to prevent it from taking in oxygen. It is a slow process of exhaustion through oxygen deprivation. The mother whale, now drained after 6 months of fasting, faces a heavy choice. Continue to struggle until both reach their limit, or leave her young behind to preserve her own life. In the world of ocean giants, empathy is not found in the dictionary of survival. The orcas take what they need to sustain the pod and maintain their collective wisdom. For the humpback whale, this loss is part of the toll for making the longest migration on the planet. Those whales that endure will carry the lesson of vigilance and pass it on to the next generation. The ocean is a generous mother, but also a relentless referee. The adaptation of the orca shows that nature never stands still. It ups the ante to find new ways to exploit the vulnerabilities of life. The migration continues, an unceasing flow of survival instincts and perilous traps programmed into the genetic code of every species. While the giant humpback whales silently cross the oceans on a small island named Christmas Island, migration is not measured by body size but by breathtaking density. 50 million red crabs, those turning the entire island into a moving red carpet during a pilgrimage filled with high-stakes chemical hurdles from invasive ants, are part of a numbers game. For the red crab, the tides and the moon cycles are the supreme commanders. They must leave the security of their damp forest burrows to head toward the sea. The sole objective: to carry on the lineage. This is a march of an army in vibrant red armor, transforming every road and cliff into a moving red carpet. But do not let this overwhelming scale lead you astray. In the world of small creatures, high numbers do not always equate to security. A new presence, an uninvited guest, is turning this path toward life into a daunting chemical obstacle course. The yellow crazy ant. They are not native residents of this island. They are newcomers, accidentally brought by humans, and now establishing a harsh new order. Their name stems from their erratic, frantic movements when disturbed. But do not underestimate that frenzy. Instead of using jaws to bite like other ants, the yellow crazy ant utilizes a sophisticated form of chemical strategy. They do not possess traditional stingers. Instead, they carry formic acid, an organic acid capable of causing severe chemical irritation. Over the past few decades, these massive ant colonies have completely altered the ecosystem of Christmas Island. For a lone red crab, entering the ant's territory is much like a tank entering quicksand. The crab's biological armor can withstand predatory birds, but it is completely ineffective against tens of thousands of microscopic acid applications aimed straight at vital points. The encounter is without hesitation. The yellow crazy ant targets with frightening precision. They spray formic acid directly into the red crab's eyes, causing the creature to lose its sight immediately. Then they focus on the soft joints between the layers of leg armor. The acid passes through the thin membrane, impacting the nervous system and causing the motor muscles to go still. This is a slow process of chemical immobilization. The crab, once a resilient traveler that could swim oceans and scale cliffs, now becomes a prisoner within its own shell. It is blinded still and feels the heat from within. Researchers have noted areas where millions of red crabs have been removed from the landscape in just a few seasons by these chemical encounters. The yellow crazy ant does not consume the crab right away. They only need to make it stop moving. Once the tank has been decommissioned, the entire ant colony will move in to utilize this massive bounty. Despite the staggering losses, the drive for life cannot be dampened. Those who manage to navigate through the chemical sweep finally reach the destination of their lives. Under the light of the high tide moon, millions of female red crabs perform their final ritual in unison. They release eggs into the ocean, where tiny larvae will begin a new journey in the salt water before returning to the shore to continue the vibrant red cycle. The resilience of the red crab is a testament to the power of migration. Even when facing chemical-laden newcomers like the yellow crazy ant, their lineage finds a way to weather the storm. Nature always seeks to bring back balance where it has been disturbed. Conservation programs are working diligently to manage the ant population and protect the red treasure of Christmas Island. The struggle between the native residents and the newcomers continues, an intense new chapter in the survival chronicles of this island. Leaving behind the vibrant red beaches, we head toward the heart of the vast African continent, where another legion prepares to take to the skies. Here, strength is not found in hard shells or toxic acids, but in an older and more relentless strategy: absolute strength in numbers. As the Zambian twilight gradually fades, the sky no longer belongs to the clouds, but to a dark presence substantial enough to veil the sun, opening a vivid new chapter in the symphony of migration. In the center of Zambia, there is a tiny swamp forest called Kasanka. Its area is less than 10 square kilometers, yet as each year draws to a close, this place becomes the focal point for one of the most astonishing biological events on the planet: the straw-colored fruit bat. This is not just an ordinary colony, it is a gathering of 10 million individuals, creating the largest mammal migration on Earth by density in a single location. Imagine the entire population of a major city like New York or London packed into a small garden. The straw-colored fruit bat does not come here for privacy. They come for the massive bounty, the ripe forest fruits that are in season. These creatures are known as the gardeners of the sky. With the ability to fly up to 100 kilometers every night to forage, they scatter seeds across the African wilderness through their waste. However, when 10 million lives gather at a single coordinate, the concept of predator and prey is pushed to an entirely new boundary. A buffet, extending from the atmosphere down to the vegetation below, is ready for service. For birds of prey, this event is nothing short of a luxury dream. The martial eagle, Africa's largest and most powerful eagle, typically prefers ground-dwelling targets like rabbits or young antelopes. In Kasanka, it becomes a professional high-altitude interceptor. It does not need overly complex ambush techniques. Amidst a sky thick with straw-colored fruit bats, finding a specific target is essentially like finding a needle in a haystack, yet missing entirely is even harder. Nearby, the African fish eagle, usually a specialist in catching fish, temporarily adjusts its menu. It uses its razor-sharp talons to make direct grabs right in mid-air. Interestingly, recent studies show these eagles have learned to position themselves in the air currents from millions of bat wings to save energy while climbing high. They are not just foraging, they are riding a massive wave of biological energy. However, the chaos in the sky is only half the story. Beneath the dense canopy, A more unusual hunting scenario is being rewritten by one of the most intelligent big cats. Usually, leopards are ghosts of the ground and sturdy branches, but in Kasanka, the rules of physics seem to bend to accommodate their hunger. Leopards have learned to climb the smallest branches, risking their own well-being to reach the dark treasure hanging above. This is a classic example of behavioral adaptation. Instead of stalking a swift impala for hours, a leopard only needs to reach out and harvest the slumbering bats, which are truly low-hanging fruit in this forest. Sometimes, a misplaced move can send the leopard straight into the swamp below, but the temptation of thousands of calories hanging right in front of its nose is too great. It makes lightning-fast swipes, moving through the dense clusters of bats. Why does the straw-colored fruit bat accept such a precarious situation by gathering in such crowds? The answer lies in a cool-headed survival strategy: overwhelming numbers. In the natural world, mathematics is the strongest defensive weapon. When 10 million individuals appear at the same coordinate, the probability of a specific bat being selected as a meal for a leopard or a martial eagle is 1 in 10 million. Scientifically, this is a coin toss where the odds are always in the bat's favor. No matter how hard the predators try, they cannot consume more than 1% of the bat population during the migration season. This is a calculated collective sacrifice to ensure the persistence of the majority. Each bat that falls is a safety ballot for the others. This concentration not only helps them maintain temperature and social interaction during the mating process. The chaos we see is actually a sophisticated defense system where the conclusion of life for a few individuals is a small price to keep the lineage of the species strong. When the migration season concludes, 10 million straw-colored fruit bats will depart, carrying seeds to regenerate distant lands. Kasanka will return to its natural stillness, but the mark of this massive gathering will remain forever in the new forests, quietly growing from the north to the south of the vast African continent. This migration is a reminder that in nature, greatness often comes with intensity, and a life reaching its end is always fertilizer for new life. The straw-colored fruit bat has navigated vertical arenas, from the presence of the leopard below to the talons of the martial eagle above, to complete its biological mission. They are not just refugees of the night, they are the sowing giants, the ones who keep the heartbeat of the African ecosystem pulsing. The struggle at Kasanka draws to a close, but the great wheel of migration on this planet will never stop. Migration is the thread that connects all life on this planet. It is an epic of sacrifice, wisdom, and a powerful drive for survival. In every corner of the earth, the end of the road waits in various forms, from the jaws of the crocodile and the talons of the eagle to microscopic sprays of acid. But life has never hesitated. Every individual that reaches their conclusion offers a lesson, and every completed journey is a triumph for the bloodline. The natural world holds no rule of fairness. It possesses only one law: to move forward or be phased out, as survival is truly the name of the game. And as long as the world keeps spinning, those migratory footprints will continue to mark every terrain, carrying on the greatest tale of releasing the primal instinct within every creature. Every vital pathway we have just observed, from the vibrant red flows of the sockeye salmon to the plains of the saiga antelope, is hanging by a delicate thread. climate shifts are no longer a prediction. They are a stern reality, rewriting the maps of survival. In Antarctica, the scarcity of sea ice is removing the sanctuary for the Adelie penguin, bringing them into the presence of the orca sooner than expected. Meanwhile, ocean noise pollution from shipping activities is disrupting the communication frequencies of the humpback whale, turning their guiding songs into unanswered calls within the deep silence. We are seeing a challenge in connectivity, where ecological links are being unraveled by human hands. But humanity is not simply watching the decline. A scientific effort is underway across all fronts to turn the tide. Connectivity conservation is becoming the new guiding principle. In Botswana, removing thousands of kilometers of livestock fencing has helped the zebra migration re-establish its historic route after decades of being held back. Artificial intelligence and satellite data in 2026 allow conservationists to accurately predict areas of high interaction to establish secure green corridors for animals. In the waters of Alaska, strict regulations on ship speeds and limiting plastic waste are directly preserving the precious protein source from salmon for an entire old-growth forest ecosystem. The remarkable recovery of the Saiga antelope is also a result of monitoring systems using thermal sensors and the direct involvement of local communities in preventing unauthorized harvesting. We are learning to share space, turning challenging obstacles into bridges for life. The effort to protect these migrations is more than protecting wildlife. It is an effort to protect the integrity of the planet itself. Every broken path is a setback for the future of humanity. Whether it is a small red crab or a massive humpback whale, all are irreplaceable links in the machinery that operates life. Current environmental improvements and technological solutions are evidence of a new awareness. We are not the masters of nature, but its stewards. The vital boundary of every species is the final boundary of balance. When we protect their journey, we are also protecting our own journey on this green planet. The wild instinct will carry on as long as humans remain mindful enough to keep the doors of nature open. Save the journey. And if you have ever embarked on a wildlife journey on any continent, please feel encouraged to jump in and share your insights and experiences in the comments below. That will serve as a spark of inspiration and a driving force for efforts to safeguard nature and rare creatures while preserving the ecosystem for future generations. Remember to hit the like button, subscribe to the channel, and ring the notification bell so you can stay in the loop as we move toward our next wonderful adventures together.